Alright, folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第317天 is day 317. Business as usual. I guess yesterday was more of an average day. You're just at the point of not even being willing to try anymore. Fair enough. Spent years going to a therapist, trying different meds, different kinds of therapy. As none help. Most just made it worse, especially the meds. I see. Tried dozens of different med combos. The side effects have far outweigh your desire for happiness at this point. You don't think you could handle another round of bad side effects? I will leave it to your discretion, of course. That is very unfortunate. So I suppose there's a way of trying to improve your coping mechanism, if that is seemingly the case. I think people without any way up could pivot to management, right? But I wouldn't know what that is. Obviously, you stated that you've done all that is possible. I don't think any form of vicarious encouragement will change very much. Giving up is certainly one thing, but coping is not giving up, I suppose. All right, we have 5 things yesterday, and largely they were attached to associated characters. Quan is one of them. It's linked with Quo. Right, 1 for wide. Adjusted it a little bit. Now it's the Koopa coming in with a storage container of wide variety of flowers to see what he can get. Stolen flowers if you drop it off at a pawn shop. And we have Dai. Bag. So that top portion is going to be our die queue for all the other dies. Die as in treats, and die assets, or no, loan, or is it borrow? So we'll find out when it comes about. Then we have Wei. Which is not hello, call, which is kind of related to Wei, as in hello, and then they're paired up with their respective. So Wei for stomach is without the voice part, and then the other Wei is fear, which is without the voice part. And we have Heng, which is linked with Zhong and Shu. So horizontal and vertical. Heng is Yoko, which is linked with Yoko. Horizontal or side to side, I suppose. And Cheng is linked with the mix up with Dong, where we substitute hill for tree. And womp womp. Oh, bundle. So this is Chung exhibit. You know, you're hoping that getting out of the house more with this new job might help. That's auspicious. I'm glad you are still hopeful. Maybe getting out in the world more will improve your overall mood. Who knows? I guess we'll see. I look forward to hearing about that. Both the good, the bad, the undesirable, the unexpected. It's good. It's good that there's some maybe obligatory. I know obligatory and not having control over when you voluntarily do things is going to be uncomfortable. However, sometimes when in a hopeless position, obligation and commitments may pleasantly surprise, provided that the person who's doing it knows that if they have to obligatorily do something, they might as well make the best of it. Not saying it's going to guarantee it, but in environmental change, however obligatory or voluntary, is still an opportunity for change. I guess you have little hope, but not completely hopeless yet. That's wonderful. That's a lot more. That's, you know, if you're already teetering at 0, right? Any small number above 0 is huge. It's significant. One might even argue it's indefinitely larger. I look forward to hearing about it, if obviously you're willing to share and whatnot. If there's anything, a change of environment, however temporary, sounds like a delightful opportunity. All right, get into our lessons.
摧毁
摧毁 urge wait what the wait oh, explode. Oh no, 摧毁 destroy, different 摧. Urges. Urge is something. What is it? Is it a sandal? Is it a tree? Oh no, it's Slenderman. Yes. Okay. This is destroy. Eliminate. Okay. 摧毁
摧毁
Alright.
逮捕
逮捕. Oh, the other arrest. Got this in Japanese first. 逮捕 逮捕. Okay. Actually, what did they catch and arrest? Oh, we just straight up went to arrest. Let's see.
逮捕
逮捕
萌芽
萌芽 sprout and sprout. All right, we're having a freebie day.
萌芽呐喊
呐喊 nah, shout, and han, yell. Okay, yeah, we're really having a
呐喊
freebie
抽
day.
屉
Choti. Okay, this is a little different, but I kind of like it. Like a pulling out drawer or taking out. I'm thinking more of a pulling out movement as opposed to taking out. Choti.
抽屉
Okay.
摧毁
Whoops.
呐喊，萌芽，
Wait. Actually, I think I might have remembered that improperly.
抽屉，
Hold up. Oh, yeah, I did. Oh, no, I didn't. Wait. We have the... Right? Oh, I'm writing the Japanese thing. That's Thai in Japanese. That's why I said Thai. Okay. Was it the brush, the snowflakes, and the road? I have no idea anymore. Oh, right.
逮捕，
I kept typing
保佑
Thai because Japanese. It's actually, yeah. To bless, right? This is to protect. Bao yo. What was yo? The upright or no, blessed. Bless. Yes. Fair enough.
保佑，会晤，
meet. Okay.
会晤，火焰，
fire.
火焰，萌发，
to sprout out, which is still sprouting, like to send out. Oh. Oops.
萌发，顺遂，
smooth, satisfying, which is still smooth. Something that's smooth is satisfying as well most of the time. W streamer, huh?
顺遂，
顺遂. Make sure he just punts the kid out of, punt the pig out of. You know, in the mnemonic, I don't have anything that would detect commit to the beach house. Maybe down the sandy road. I can add that quickly. I'll improvise on the sandy road. Go smoothly, makes sense. Smooth and satisfying. Okay. 保佑，
萌发，
火焰，
火焰，顺遂，保佑，会晤，
Alright.
晤谈，
谈 meet or no, yeah, meet talk, just to have a talk. Makes sense. Meet and discuss. Okay. Interesting. Instead of just going, usually this is good enough to say meet. Meet has a form of discussion, so you don't really have to say meet and discuss, but interesting.
晤谈，坚不可摧，
坚不可摧. Jian firm, but not destroyed, incapable of destroying, indestructible. Okay, I see. Firm and incapable of being destroyed, indestructible. 坚不可摧.
坚不可摧。也
Yeah, just smelt. I wonder if this is gonna link up with lian, ye lian, or lian ye. Yoshi is in the basement of the electricity plant. Where he is trying to smelt a bunch of elbows. Oh no, we're using machines, so we have to rewrite this. Yoshi is in the basement of the electricity plant where he is carrying and transporting ice for the process of smelting. I don't know, smelting components for the generator upstairs. So that's what you meant with using... Oh, carrots? Yeah. Oh, well, this is a logic carrot. So logic carrots are not the same as... these are logic carrots for Chinese, but the other ones, like for Japanese, is to replace particles. That's my shorthand for when I place a carrot. It's shorthand for pretty much anything that connects two things. The Yoshi basement electricity plant, where carrots tell me that there's something optional in there that I may or may not need to repeat to save time. Where he is carrying and transporting ice for the process of smelting components for the generators upstairs. What can I need something to make this. Corporate labor for animals. Unfortunate corporate labor for dinos. Okay. Does this apply to anyone else we know? Not really. Just Yoshi, right? It's like becoming a new archetype. Yoshi is a work animal. Yeah, carrots. Usually people call this a carrot, which is the exponential function, the power of, but I don't use this very often. Unless emoting, something like this. But I don't do that in text or note form.
Yeah.
Right, generator, machines. Oh, I've got to add machines. Smelting machine component. Okay. Metallurgy. Interesting. Yejing. Makes sense. Smelt metal. Yeah, lian. There's lian. The smelt. So we knew lian would be one of them because we already know the character for lian. Which also means smelt. Qu. Wow, you look like who? Okay, so historically we also have the trombone. Oh no, just kidding. This is the trombone. I mean, classically we also have the fur ball. The fur ball gets locked up with this too. So this is who versus she. Do you look like a she? Do we have anything that look like you? If at all, you look like ding more than she. Grass. Gasp. It can line up with yell, and actually most of these things deal with the mouth. Like, deal with sighing, yelling, calling, speaking, thinking, or speaking, meeting on the left side like this. You mostly see you use and one other, I believe. Interesting. For these, I only use that. I use quotes functionally too. Quotes deal with ambiguity. So if I'm quoting anything, it's ambiguous. Ambiguous. And then parentheses is substitution. So quotes is for ambiguity. Parentheses is for substitution or displacement. And then commas are for analogies, metaphors, and similes. Hyphens are corollary. So these are all my shorthand notations. I don't only use two, but I guess if you notice them, you notice them. Quotations is for ambiguity. Hyphens are for correlation. Parentheses are for substitutions. Comma is for addition. So usually like a simile, analog, or like a metaphor. And sometimes it's used as a list, but that's just traditional use. We're talking about things. And then carets are for, actually it's largely specifically for note-taking, which is logical leaps, which is very similar to correlation, but I use this, I use hyphens when I'm talking to someone. And then we have ellipses. Ellipses is causal and consequence. So like, I like, or something like, this movie has, I don't know, has L's in it. ... I like this movie. Oh yeah, you did wonder why you prefer to instead of... Oh, because it's spacing. This is the this was the original formal typographical spacing. And after periods, there are actually two spaces most of the time when I'm writing something. This is like relating to APA related things, formal English writing. This the ... is convention, so it's more like traditional convention versus new age. The most important thing about this stuff is I could tell you what I do consistently with all of them. Yeah, this is what the ellipses is to me most of the time. Not the... how do you feel about and versus both? Formal. When I'm typing something formal, you put a comma at the end. You put a comma. When I'm talking to someone formally, you use this. When I'm talking to someone casually, I omit the and. In fact, there's and versus not and. So there's the comma, and then there's also the comma and. This is casual, this is formal. And you'll know what I mean by comma and, or and comma, or and situation. And situations are when someone says a compounded verb phrase. It's a very common pattern where you do like I am sad and depressed and watching a movie. This is the and format. You could say like I'm watching a movie and sad and happy about it. So this is the and. This is the casual and situation. I know so much about grammar. I know the grammar that I decide to use. Some of this is not actually grammar. Like some of this is not actually how the grammar is being used. The thing that I'm trying to illustrate here is I do these things. I know I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I do these consistent enough that I can explain what I mean by them. And then if I do them consistent enough, people figure it out. Like you're going to see me put quotations consistently applied to something. So these types of punctuations and whatnot becomes functional. They are related to English grammar. I don't know if they're still true now. Like you just said, you just gave an example of colloquialism, right? Colloquialism versus formal. And then colloquialism of the ellipses. So these things are going to change over time when typing and whatnot. The goal that I typically do is I learn how to be appropriate in the environment. So if you're talking to me, I can explain what I'm using. However, when I know someone, if I type to someone long enough, what I do is I adopt their typing convention. When they're talking to me, I do things consistent enough that they end up learning my typing consistency. So over time, people use words that I use consistently, like fair enough, to mean something. So I would put in quotes because fair enough doesn't mean anything until they know how consistently I use fair enough for certain things. Like what I mean by sorry, for example. So all of these things are quotes initially. And then the quotes start to fade when I've talked to someone for a very long time. So these punctuations start like quotes, ambiguity become less ambiguous. So over time, when I talk to someone, the quotes end up going away. So whenever there's new information that I assume can be ambiguous, I would put them in quotes. So the more quotes we have is an indicator that there's more and more ambiguity in our conversations. So after time, people understand what I mean in text form. When I'm talking, I would use something else. I would pause and like discern there's ambiguity in my voice and my pace. So whenever I read these punctuations out loud, I also have a verbal indicator of all these things. And that's to create consistency in my speaking with my writing at the same time. But writing has a different convention than speaking. Yeah. Lots of conversations between us have 50% of message with quotes. Yeah. Because it reminds me, and hopefully it reminds the other person at some point, that there's a lot of ambiguity between us. That doesn't mean we shouldn't have conversations. Naturally, those ambiguities would go away. And the quote is, I adopted the quote because in this way, largely because conventionally it's very well accepted that when you're quoting something, there's some form of feeling of ambiguity. And that has become one of my go-to ways of conventionally making the writing obvious, and then being able to communicate with people who vibe things and those who are analytical. So the quoting is pretty much one of the more common conventions. Carets, and these carets, right, these greater than signs end up getting replaced with hyphens. Hyphens and ellipses are what I use for typing when I'm speaking to someone. And these represent like leaps of logic, which is concordant. It checks out consistently with other people's writing conventions. So whenever you see a hyphen and a dot dot dot, it means put the fries in the bag. Or I don't want 30 minutes, I want a TLDR. Ellipses and hyphens are my indicators for I'm giving you a TLDR. Like we're skipping a lot of steps. A hyphen is a larger step than a ellipses. And then if you see an increase in parentheses, right? Parentheses or comma and, or commas, that means that I'm being very pedantic. And it will feel like it. It will feel like I'm over-explaining. So these are the patterns that I'm testing or using to intuit, to help people intuit my intent. And I train this. And what I mean by train this is, if you talk to me long enough, you should be feeling these things. If I start using ands and commas and parentheses, it's gonna feel like I'm constantly over-explaining things. Because I'm choosing to over-explain. Like, oh, if you know this, then technically it's also this, and therefore it's this, and oh yeah, and these many things that are the same-ish. But not same, but different. And then when you see this, it's gonna feel like I'm being short with you. Because, well, it's gonna feel like I'm short with you if you don't understand. It's gonna feel like you know everything in between, and it's I'm like, you know, saving time. So depending on if you know it, then my dot dot dots and hyphens are gonna feel like I'm saving time between us because we've been here before. If you feel like it's being short with you, which other people have said this before, then it tells me that there is not an understanding between the things that I think I can skip. So I'm using clear, like, visual indicators that line up with the visuals. Right? So this means, no, well, you don't know. You have to know the A and the B. To, like, you can't like these punctuations without context. The idea is that the context between A and B would elicit a question. If it elicits a question, that means that I'm being short. Short is not a bad or good thing or something to like or not like. It's, if it elicits a question, then there's something in here that is missing. If I skip over it again, and it would be like understandable or gotcha, I am eliciting a trust that they know what I'm talking about when I'm saving time. So oftentimes this stuff shows up more frequently after a topic repeats itself. The reason why I chose to do this is because when someone hears a repeated sentence, it may not be conducive to their state of mind, like their emotional state, because it can come off as nagging if that person is not ready to hear it. So I deliberately put in ellipses and hyphens to not sound repetitious. And that's not because it's a grammar thing. It's more a visual thing. If you hear me, if you see me type, I said this before, followed by what was said before, or some copy pasta, right? Copy pasta, or we've said this before, over and over again. This, in my opinion, from experience, have been a little bit more comfortable. So I space out. I deliberately space out what the person is seeing and reading. Deliberately. It's intentional. Most of my dots and hyphens are incredibly intentional. It's to remove certain things so that it doesn't sound like I'm telling you the same thing 16 times over within the same day. It's very fatiguing. Especially if someone is trying to follow you and already fatigued in a mental state. This is a way to alleviate seeing the same thing again. It's kind of like paraphrasing your textbook after a while. In your head, you're paraphrasing. So like A equals B, so B equals C. So in the future, if you see it again, A equals C with a dot 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 in the middle. The dot 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 is, yeah, you're gonna skip over B for the time being. You might steal the grammar from you at some point. That's fair. This is, to me, what I think can communicate visual behavior. And this is coming from artwork, or how people interpret English, basically. Literally seeing words over and over again rarely tests if that person is reading the stuff. So if they're not reading the stuff, it might be from a point of disinterest. So these are optional. What's in between the lines may be optional. To be honest, you just personally avoid hyphen because people say it's too GPT-like. Well, if you're avoiding something, right, that means it's no longer functional. And that's perfectly fine. Whether it's too GPT-like, that's outside your control. Avoiding it also means it's going to be outside your control. I use hyphens much like bullet points as well. So technically, you do use a form of a hyphen because you described your note-taking. I guess you might want to get rid of your bullet points as well. I don't know. Avoiding things mean one less tool. If you are unable to manage that, then avoiding is an option. It's an option to use, right? Yeah, to ChatGPT, this is ChatGPT. This is what makes ChatGPT like. All the things that I've discussed here is what makes it ChatGPT like. Because it's consistent. No, you just meant in text conversation with people online, you use them personally speaking and in more formal writing. Again, regardless of what you meant, which I do know what you meant, because you're making a situational condition. I'm saying this, no matter what you say, this is still true. When you avoid something and you think it's ChatGPT, like you have no control over it, it's not functional, and this is an example of it. And I'm not saying you're doing this in education. You're finding conditions to make an argument, and I'm not making any conditions. I'm giving you examples on which you can consider or not. Situationally, if you don't care about this in casual conversation, I don't have control over that. I'm not referring to that. To me, that's what's considered cherry picking. Which, if someone called me out and say I'm cherry picking an example, I would agree with them. Changing the conditions so that you can cherry pick to counter argue, we are not talking about the same thing anymore. So if we're not talking about the same thing, there's no arguments there. Like, sure, you don't use it in text conversation. I didn't say you did. Right? And I didn't say you do this in text conversation. It would require subtextual understanding. This is where I would describe this thing with quotes. So anytime you've decided that there's a I've decided there's a potential situational argument, I place it under quotes. So if you're wondering why 50% of our conversation is in quotes, is because I already probably have considered that there are many conditions that you have, and you cite them, and then I would go back and cite, that's exactly the point. I know. But instead of saying I know over and over again, I use quotes or ellipses so that it doesn't sound like I know everything. I know the things that are going to happen because of what I said, and nothing more than that. So it doesn't sound like I keep saying I know this, I know that, because I really don't. Once it happens, then it confirms my suspicions. Yeah. Situational. This is a good situational marker. Like, depending on what you think, hyphens can be useful, right? Hyphens can be useful. And I wrote avoidance in quotes. Because avoidance can be both positive or negative. And I shared a possible way of suggesting it might seem negative. Right? Pretty much it. It's good that you're it's interesting that you're noticing these things. I think people like, I'm pretty sure people like fetishes and whatnot, they simply know over time, and that's it most of the time. So you can test these things by doing them consistently and then find out how the person responds, right? I don't want to give you the impression it doesn't work consistently the other way around. Like, you can't control someone else's experiences, right? Someone else might respond to you differently, but you have to do something. You have to do something in order to get the response, and then learn from that response. So I'm working on my consistency, so then I can interpret other people's response in relation to my consistency. I talk incredibly consistent in order to learn how other people respond. You more so notice it due to being different to most people you talk to? Exactly. Because whenever you say most, it's this blanketed a generalization based on what you know. That's not we, what? Most of the time, I make myself consistent and then find out what other people know. It's easier for you to process what you're interested in based on what you know. I usually test what I don't know because I can't know this. So I try to make my behavior consistent enough in order to test what I can learn from other people. In my opinion, you have to see the differences in order to learn something. Because you won't notice them otherwise. Otherwise, not important. And that's a fair way to manage time, by the way. It saves a lot of time. So that's one of the pros of using this. You are only interested and you want to see the differences when the differences are startling enough. I like to see similarities in order for me to create consistency as well. That's one of the quote-unquote pros if you're looking for it, right? So I'm looking for consistency, but the consistency is something that I would likely share with the group. When you're looking for differences, you are unlikely to share whatever you're thinking is unlikely to share similarities. Obviously, I'm not saying I don't do one or the other. It's both. So doing one means you're not necessarily doing the other, etc. Right? You can try doing both sometimes. I think it's a lot easier to look for differences. It's really well practiced, especially online. Like in order to remember vocabulary, for example, in Wanikani and like HanziHero like that, you're trying, like, most people feel very comfortable and well practiced in making distinctions between them, as opposed to doing both or looking for similarities. There are individuals who look for similarities and base everything on similarities, so then they have difficulty differentiating. For example, whenever you think about learning Japanese and Chinese together, the first thing you'll probably think about is, man, there are a lot of similarities. So doesn't that create a problem? And the answer is, ironically, well, there are similarities. So when you appreciate them, you can know the differences. So the answer to the question, are there problems in Japanese and Chinese? Not really, if you know both. If you're doing both. Either you notice the differences because you notice similarities, or you know the similarities, therefore you can appreciate the differences. In my experience, I would say if you grew up on the internet, you either look for differences or look for similarities. Rarely do you integrate, rarely do people integrate both of them. So what I'm saying is, people who grow up on the internet can do both. They can do both. The problem I typically see is, how do the two relate to each other? So for example, when you see something that's bad, it can't be good. If it's bad, it can't be good. If it's right, it can't be wrong. Right? And you can see something that is good, but you can't see it as bad. So what I mean is, on the internet, you can do both, but they're not related to each other. So you can see bad things, you can see good things, you can see right things, you can see wrong things. But when you're looking at one point, like studying, for example, it's not both bad and good, right and wrong. The relationship between the two are separated. They do not relate to each other. So understanding something that's good may come with bad things, but there's no relation. You only see the good thing. When something is good, you only see good. You never consider what's bad. And obviously, I'm not talking about you, Mika, or any specific person. The idea is this is information, right? This is based on info. The relationship between these two is based on understanding. So in order to get that understanding, you need experience. That's the catch-all. The experience can help you connect what is good and bad together. It can help you connect what is right and wrong, which is your grays. Your grays are a product of knowing the interaction between similarities and differences. Both of them put together creates the gray. It creates the connection, the messiness that people don't want to deal with. You want to know what's right and what's wrong, so then you don't have to think about it. If it's right and always right, it's easy. Or, quote unquote, it's easier to remember because it's only one condition. It's one situation. It's a very specific situation oftentimes. And when you're arguing and you're debating with someone and talking about counter arguments and stuff, it shows, at least to me, whether you're thinking about the relationship of things or knowing the info of things. So if you can say something that's bad, like for example, eating sugar is bad. If that's your argument, eating sugar is bad, you probably will also say, well, sugar, it causes obesity. And sugar has no functional use other than empty calories. That's what it's like to be on the internet. It can only be the thing you say it is, without any relationship to anything else that can be defined by that category. What is sugar good for? It's good for your brain. That reminds you of the non-water drink discussion we had? Exactly. When we first met, actually, that was intentional, Mika, just for the record. One of the first things that we've met and we talked about was your desire to drink nothing but water. And you shared with me what your decision making was with water. I asked you a bunch of questions about, so why water? And then the following day, remember you mentioned like, oh, you had a bubble tea despite it being unhealthy, but it was for social reason. So you're experiencing something and then your decision making becomes murkier. Now you have to balance and shuffle social appropriateness with your understanding of the black and white of water. And you think you've had non-water about 10 times since September started? Yeah, so hear me out, right? And you regretted it 1 out of the 10 times? That's experiencing something and then having data to understand your information, right? So experiences are really transformative. So whenever someone says they avoid something in order to solve a problem, for example, you have no control whether that problem comes up because you have avoided it. And experience can lead you to understanding other things. things that you haven't considered that isn't black and white. And oftentimes when it comes to specialists like therapies, have I ever used the website LinkQ? I haven't, but LinkQ is the product of Stephen Kaufman, Steve Kaufman, and that came up a lot. So when people talk about Steve Krashen, like comprehensible input and whatnot, Steve Kaufman is a polyglot that kind of enters the conversation a lot. So LinkQ is a way of a user-defined way to create convenience in extracting information based on the content that you are looking at. So it's a great way. It's like an Anki of semi-immersion with the benefits of application scheduling. It's how I interpret it. I haven't used LinkQ specifically. However, the principles in there are really sound behind LinkQ. It's like MAKU. MAKU is specifically catering towards Japanese, but they've since expanded, which LinkQ also did the other way around, without using Japanese as the center source. What you found was you enjoyed it when it was separated from food, as in you weren't eating or planning to eat within a short time span before or after, hence you only get it without food involved now. That sounds very specific and potentially a tough situation to be in, considering that involves food a lot. That's interesting. Hopefully that works out. I'm not entirely sure how your experience is. You mentioned 1 out of 10, so it's got to be working in some way. You use it for reading news article mostly and transcripts for YouTube video. Yeah, some of the stories on there are interesting too. Yeah, so they LinkQ. One thing about LinkQ is its secondary function. In my opinion, its secondary function. The impression I got is it functions secondary as a content thing. So LinkQ is more like an Anki, where the content is secondary. It doesn't have any, it has less intrinsic content. It's far primarily used as a tool to inject your user content. Much like Anki, right? Like the decks in Anki are primarily to serve as... So LinkQ is more of a platform, which is excellent when you know what you're doing, when you know what you're looking for, when you have an identified plan, schedule, and consistency to use it. That's the same with Anki. Otherwise, Anki and LinkQ would require a conditioning phase where you have to have some experience, enough experience in order to take advantage of their flexibility. So from my perspective, right? From my perspective, when it comes to people who are trying to adopt a new habit, and it's gonna sound like it sucks, but pick something with structure. Unless you already have that structure. I think the internet is misleading when everything is targeted towards you. Trying to adopt a new habit is built upon a structure you already have. Otherwise, finding apps that forces you to develop a structure is a great place to start. And I think that's one of the big deals about language learning at a later age. Language learning, the later in a life cycle, in my opinion, is not necessarily dependent on the lack of capacity to learn. In my opinion, we're talking about like A is greater than B, B is greater than C situation, lack of capacity to learn. It's more habit formation. There's so many things you already do as an adult, and does the tool complement that or forces a new structure? Adults are great at forcing themselves to follow something because they have a lot of experience to know if they can or not. If it's complementary, then oftentimes it will work no matter what. Largely because you already have the stuff to do so. And one of them is how the internet makes it seem like you could do anything, because the only things you're doing are the things you already know how to do. Like collecting information, for example. How do you collect information? When you collect information, it's probably 99% of the time the same way. Right? How do you understand information? On the internet, specifically. Probably the same way you've done it the last night. And it's really early, by the way. The internet is so good at this. I feel like as early as 16 years old, all the kids already know that they already know everything about how they need to know about information already. To me, that's misleading. It's very misleading, and it's unintentional misleading. Like where no one's out. Well, I believe in humanity, so I don't want to make it sound and spin the conspiracy theories that businesses are out to intentionally condition kids and younger adults and even older adults to blindly always be unintentionally misled that they're more competent than they really are. I think it's a product of simplifying things, making businesses more efficient, getting you to consume more, that created this inappropriate or maybe hyper exposure to expedited results and efficiency of thinking. Efficiency of thinking is not what makes you think better. It's often tackling things that are inefficient and making them efficient is what makes you a more conducive thinker, right? Because you're not thinking anything if it becomes efficient or is efficient already. You have no reason to. There's no need to do so. Automation removes any need to use your noggin. I know that sounds really obvious when you hear it conceptually. It's not obvious. Not obvious in practice. It's absolutely not obvious in practice. It's to the point that it's so not obvious that formal education is not the root of individuals who lack critical thinking. It's the internet competing with the need to do critical thinking. So, like, there's this prevailing narrative that formal education is getting worse. And honestly, I agree. But how? When you're asking how is it getting worse? Is it something that formal education is doing? Or is it something that formal education is not doing? Because what it's doing is the same thing. It hasn't changed. It takes a really long time for formal education to adjust. It's to provide challenges. It's still doing that. But what is it not doing? It's getting worse because it's not keeping up with the internet. What does the internet do? Give you every reason not to take on challenges. You might be thinking, oh, but the internet gives you a lot of information. It inspires you to think. about a lot of things. It doesn't ask you to do those things. School does. Formal education forces you to do those things and to deal with those things. But you don't need to do that if the internet provides the answer for the challenges. So then you go back to not taking on any challenges. You don't have to challenge yourself if you already know the answer. So I thought this is a blessing in disguise, right? There are things I don't want to learn. For honest, right? I'm human. I'm not this saint that wants to learn everything manually. When I look for answers, it's things I don't want to think about. And what are those things? Well, how to code a game. I don't want to think about that. So I just go and buy a game. Right? However, I'm not a person who thinks playing a game and owning a lot of games somehow makes you be able to code a game. I can't tell you how many times some pro gamer somehow thinks that they can help make a game by themselves. Playing and using a product doesn't give you the experience and understanding of doing a task that involves critical thinking or problem solving. You didn't solve any problems. You solve how to play the game's problems, but not make it. So when they go and do this, despite them failing, right? Despite them failing most of the time, they're learning because they have to solve problems. So the internet, yes, I agree. The impression is formal education is getting worse. How is it getting worse? Well, it's not that formal education started doing something different rapidly and it just sucked. In fact, there are many other reasons. Like, for example, Duolingo. What did Duolingo compete with? TikTok. The challenge is elsewhere. Sometimes you might be thinking, well, if Duolingo just happened to teach Japanese better, they wouldn't have, those people would then get off their TikTok and go to Duolingo. I think that's asinine. Not to see the faces of other ways to explain why people are not learning languages. You're competing with something. Story Learning is another website you've seen a bunch of ads for because of Black Friday. Oh yeah, there's a lot of advertisements now. Yes, for sure. I'm going to be picking up Boom Pro for Christmas for next year because there will be Christmas sales as well. Yeah. For how insanely expensive it is, you would think the reviews would be better. You watched a few. That is a leap of logic, but I understand where you're coming from. If they're charging a big, like a high price, typically you would expect that they're confident in their product for charging such a high price. And unfortunately, that's no longer the social norm. It used to be the social norm where you get what you pay for, right? However, that's usually dealing with that logic. That logic is usually applied to products, like physical products, like products that have accountability, right? Unfortunately, in the world of services, right, you're paying for a service. And service is usually in the realm of a matter of taste. And what happens is you can charge any arbitrary thing, largely because services require an abstraction. So payment comes from quote unquote demand of importance versus demand of necessity, like food, for example. Oftentimes when you think of it's really expensive, you might be thinking about food, fuel. These things are more likely to still hold up with that logic, where when something is really expensive, you get what you pay for. It still holds up most of the time. Unfortunately, online, most of the things you're paying for is a service, and a service is a demand of importance, and importance is abstraction that determines how much it costs. So if there's a demand of importance, like for example, immersion, then you can jack up the price. How can you tell when someone's selling your product based on importance and not content or its validity, its apparent value? When you listen to someone, are they playing up a need versus explaining what it does and the pros and cons of it, right? Someone can charge you really high by saying immersion is the only way. So they created a demand of importance. There's also another way to demand importance. You can use deterrence. Deterrence and fear-mongering, which is what happened to the internet generation, in my opinion. Demand of importance, deterrence, and fear-mongering is how most, in my opinion, younger people who grow up online use to motivate themselves. If you, like, hands down, maybe over 70% of younger people use what they're used to convince themselves how to do it. You fear getting bad grades. You fear disappointments in order to get yourself to do things. You fear things in order to buy things for an expensive price. I do not do that. I buy things knowing what future investments I may have. So the cost of that product is related to how much I know now that can be valuable later. Not preventing myself from failing. When you buy something, you're investing. Online, like a service is something you're investing in most of the time. Food is something you're trying to satisfy. So you're not saving, you're using money to, I don't want to use the code word, but to like meet your demands, right? Meet your fundamental demands. But everything else is a service. Service, Netflix, for example, Amazon Prime. Those are services, and they're dependent on the perceived value of that service. You can live without those services, but if you're convinced you need those services, they can jack up as many prices as they want. In most of the time, these services are in non-competes. Like, they don't overlap at all. Most previous experience with non-water drinks pre-September were with you. Do you think that's probably why you were against it, as you couldn't justify that much sugar without enjoying it? Yeah, so you brought up sugar again, right? That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's understandable. If sugar is something that is to be avoided, then that's fair. I mean, I can tell you that there are a lot of water-based drinks that don't have sugar in it as an option. It's just wild to you. The full French course is 1,782. Man, that puts Pimsleur to shame. But you can get it for the low price of $4.97 right now. Yeah, see, that's markup territory. You probably, I don't have to, obviously, Bree, you grew up in the United States. That's markup territory, right? Remember the old days before internet tracking, you know, before price tracking, right? I remember seeing this, where like during Black Friday, it's a thing. It's still a thing to trap, you know, to try to get the people who aren't on price tracking and stuff. Whereas You know, they would go on sale, but it would be the same price. What they did was they do a markup. That's no longer like very attractive because of internet price tracking. But say something like, oh, it's normally $1,000, so they changed the MSRP to $2,000, and then on Black Friday they sell it for $1,000 at 50% off. If you want the entire series with all 40 languages, the normal price is over $16,000, but you can get it right now for pennies, $2,000. Service. And hear me out. I could say I'm a saint. I'm not. So I'm not a saint. But I know that I worked in services. And what I'm going to say is because I understand the reality of services. Services, customer first. But it's not that, in my opinion, it's not that on the internet. When I grew up, the idea is if I offer a service, I need people to service. So like, what is a teacher, for example, without students? Somewhere along the line, the internet has flipped this on its head, where no, you create the demand. Create the demand. Because the internet obfuscates most things. In an echo chamber, you can create the demand. You can always, on the internet, create a demand in an echo chamber. Back in the day, you can't do that. There wasn't strong enough circulation of information to create the demand for any type of service. In fact, if you're a bad teacher, you might as well quit. You don't have any clients. Service is dependent on keeping your clients happy. Nowadays, it's not that. It's like, oh, someone's going to buy it because they're going to be desperate enough by the way we spin our advertisements. Because it's possible to get anyone to think it's a good value if they stick in an echo chamber. So enough exposure, and hear me out, this isn't malicious in the sense of its business. Internet business, the way business happens, there's no longer vicarious consequences or visible consequences of what you're doing. Someone's told me once, like recently, in language learning, that the person believes a person, an expert, has good intentions. And I agree with him. Most people have good intentions. Good intentions is not part of business. On the online, it's not incentivized to communicate your intentions either when you're selling something. So when you're selling services now, you can have the most grateful people in the world, the most kind people in the world, but it rarely ever filters down to part of business. Business is emotional. It's numbers and whatnot. There was a time, in my opinion, and it might still be true now, right? It can still change in the future, where services were increasingly dependent on consumer satisfaction. And you can kind of see that happening slowly, very slowly. If you want a gaming example, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 or Black Ops 7, or AAA titles versus, or no, AA titles versus AAA titles, right? I just want to throw that in. It's very topical. Call of Duty Black Ops 7, the current situation with that is a very example, because it's coming to a critical mass where eventually now the services provided to the consumer greatly exceeds the echo chamber. Basically, the echo chamber is kind of it's working against the service, not for the service, and it's big. It's like a slingshot. So I hope it doesn't bring back, at least in my opinion, it would be like a mild version of the cancel culture, right? Because cancel culture was, you might be thinking, well, cancel culture still exists. At the peak of cancel culture, it brought all the businesses and people at the mercy of the herd, right? And then that was pacified. It was like largely inundated by creating echo chambers and confusing and making infighting among echo chambers. So then businesses can do whatever they want. There's no unification or critical thinking involved in addressing heightened prices. Like, for example, GPU prices and the AI arms race and the 300% increase in DDR5 NAND-based memory, any type of NAND-based memory. All of that is obfuscated. It's hard to concern yourself with that when you can easily start a business, create enough noise, negotiate the echo chambers so that there will always be someone to buy your product at an absurd markup. Because there's no unification of what is a fair value for services. What do you, if I ask 30 people what's a fair price for Netflix, I don't think there will be, either they might coincidentally guess a number relative to the current price of Netflix, and they will have different reasons for it, right? Because all of them can exist in their own echo chambers. So then whatever price they choose, there isn't a very strong pushback for it until they cross the line. But where is that line? The line could be really, really high, like super high. Learning Japanese has a high line too. Like, there's an echo chamber for serious Japanese language learners, casual Japanese language learners, and then there's everything else. The everything else is just white noise at this point. Echo chambers can also they can concentrate viewpoints. However, if you have so many of them, then you can do whatever you want. Largely, whatever you want. Language learning apps, in my opinion, and learning language courses is exactly that. It's an arms race. It's consistently trying to one-up the others, but not so much that it can create a definitive way of creating consistent standardization for the cost of it. So what is too much to you? Someone would say, oh, I can be guaranteed to learn 40 languages with a cool price of $2,000. I'm practically saving $14,000. When I see that, my first thing is, well, spending $2,000 for consuming, being able to visualize right this moment using 5% of that, I didn't save $14,000. I used $1,900 at least, $1,900 at least, with no return on investment. At most, I can maybe realize 100 of that dollar. That is using experience with an investment point of view. You're investing in the value that you may actualize in the future. You're not assuming it's going to happen. And I really dislike, in my opinion, strongly dislike how disproportionate one mindset is over another mindset, where people buy a sure thing. They are constantly thinking when they do something, it's a sure thing. Investment is not that's not the mindset of investment. You invest what you can afford to lose. You invest knowing that there may be chances of capitalizing on its return, and you keep trying to increase that probability. What most people buy is based on necessity, and that necessity is channeled by creating fear and FOMO and inadequacy, insecurities. So like, hey, you'll never become fluent if you don't use my my course on immersion because I'm the founder of immersion. That is like so ridiculous. Like, I don't usually have very strong opinions about very conservative, like balanced products that have pros and cons and all that. When you get extreme products, which those are typically very extreme cases, they tend to they attract the internet audience. The internet audience needs bombastic claims and whatnot in order to feel normal. Like, how can I sell you a product that says, hey, you know what? This product, when you use it for a month, it's going to change your perspective. And what you thought you wanted will be completely different in another month. So you'll have to do the thing for a month in order to know what's going to be in the second month and in the third month. And sometimes when you got enough months under your belt, you can start to predict a little bit better what happens in a year or in 2 years. That product sounds incredibly like hard to know if you want to invest in it, right? Like, quote unquote, invest in it. So most of the time, the internet has normalized when you buy something, you're expecting it to happen. So when you buy a video game for $80, you're expecting to have $80 of value for that video game. And in order for that to be really, really not a problem for business, is to inundate the optics of that $80 and make it so that everyone disagrees with what that $80 is supposed to be. Because then it allows the business not to lose business if they say we're charging $80 and then everyone fights amongst themselves. Like, oh, I think it was worth $80 because I got 80 hours out of it. Oh, I think it was $80 is fair because my Switch is $400. Or I don't think it's reasonable because Steam is free. There's so many ways and so many noises, and they're all kind of strong enough because of their own echo chamber. So businesses get free reign. Now, my big, granular, gigantic pile of salt that I'm going to offer is that I don't think there was a mastermind behind this. I think it's an unintentional interaction with a lot of things that have happened online. Things moved fast. Lots of things happen, and right now it would be wonderful if people slow down, right? Or businesses slow down and ascertain what's going on. Like, there are ethical and moral concerns and whatnot, but if you move fast enough, you don't really have time to process that. So is it ethical to sell a service that can be gotten somewhere else, but you're misleading people, but still not really intentionally misleading people because the people who are selling it believe that to be true? So there really is a moral dilemma where the situation is not everything is transparently malicious or opportunistic. It's competition. Competition creates blind trust too. So like, oh, this is better than that. It's like, I'm not so sure. That's how I go about it. And then there's like, but it will work. It's like, I know it'll work because when I buy something, I'll make it work. right? You're the equalizer. An independent thinker, a person who's able to problem solve and critically think, is the equalizer in their decision. If you lose that agency, then yeah, you can totally spend $16,000 on 40 languages despite knowing that they have a Black Friday sale for $2,000. I can assure you there are probably people who bought the $16,000 even though they know it's $2,000, because if they don't buy it soon, they're going to fall behind. That's how gacha games work. I don't know if it was subtle or not, but that's how gacha games work, which is what I'm going to do this evening. We're going to talk about Persona 5 Phantom X. If you don't buy it now, you could, if you buy it early, you can save $14,000 in progress somehow. That's another thing. If you start with Anki, you can save your 2 years of Duolingo that Anki will replace. That's so absurd that you can know that. In what realm do someone have enough experiences to actually know that? Now, you could say, well, I know that for this and that reason. It's like, okay, then own your choices. Definitely own your choices. Understand that regret comes from the idea that fear that's instilled in you leads to. So if you can understand why you made a decision, it's good. You can choose to start with Anki. You can choose to start with Duolingo. Understanding what your choices are is part of the game. Having someone try to spell out why you need to make a decision and you have no input of your own, that to me is scary. And honestly, I think it's a bit negligent on the seller, not the consumer. I think, and again, it's not like they intend to do so. There is negligence, the idea of negligence. There's maliciousness and intentful misleading and opportunistic, abusing and neglect and manipulation. There's also negligence, which is knowing something can happen, but you choose not to do anything about it. And that, to me, is a professional integrity situation. It's a professional responsibility. And those things like that, Bree, when you share that to me is professional negligence. Although, people don't say anything about that, and here we are, we're paying, like whatever price they asked for. I can't even begin to tell you about the GPU situation and the NAND situation and whatnot for PC parts. It's whatever price they ask. How do you go about gacha currency saving and spending? Long story short, I don't spend anything. Gacha currency savings and spending. I play gacha games to see what I can do without spending. That's why I like playing gacha games. It's actually the opposite of the intent of the design. It's a challenge. I challenge myself to be frugal when playing gacha games. That's my kick out of playing gacha games, by the way. I enjoy being restricted and being behind no matter what I do, because it encourages me to do more with what I have. The other question I could possibly answer when I said this was, have I ever spent money on gacha game? Yes, I have. I spent money before supporting the developers or challenging me. I'm not trying to say that they designed the game to challenge me, like they somehow knew that's their intent. I'm saying it's an interesting challenge that I use. So I play Hearthstone, which also has a gacha component technically. It's a digital collectible card game, right? And then I play Neverwinter, which is going to be tomorrow because Neverwinter had an update, and they use loot boxes still. I used to play Overwatch. League of Legends actually didn't really necessarily have a gacha component to some extent on the free-to-play side of things. They use point system, like play to pay kind of situation. Warframe is a good example of a play to pay model. I guess how I go about it is to do exactly not it, in the sense that I want to see how far my time goes as opposed to saving and spending. Because how I spend the currency savings that I'm spending is time. Time is the challenge. So gacha games help me challenge my time management skills. Like, how much is my time calculated based on gaining a specific proficiency or value from it? Because my time is far more precious than the virtual currency you gain in any way. My life time, my life force and my mortality is the most expensive thing I have. So in a way, you could say, how do I go about gacha currency spending? My time. How do I manage my time? So right now, for Persona 5X, you spend 15 minutes a day. And then whenever I have to do something passively, maybe it'll go up to 30 minutes. There's a new mini game that's being introduced on this patch that has been introduced that I'm going to go over later in the day. But I do have to finish my HanziHero now. Yeah. I'll be keeping an eye on Bree for your sharing about discounts and stuff. I'll be keeping an eye more into Christmas on any deals for 2027's project. So right now, the value I will get is we're doing Boon Pro, and we're renewing our Duolingo subscription. So those are going to be two cost things, right? Because Duolingo doesn't have a lifetime thing, but Boon Pro does. So those are my investments for the end of the year. And you might be thinking, maybe you might be arguing, it's like, but you didn't stream any Duolingo lately. And yeah, and then you might not have used all your values of Duolingo. Yeah, that's true. However, I don't know if access to things is dependent on keeping an active subscription. So I'm more than willing to go for another year, because next year I do have to do Spanish, and we're gonna try to get French in there, and it'll be balancing the Duolingo accessibility and stuff, at least for the next half a year, because Wanikani and HanziHero will take a backseat at some point. You really wish daily gacha game stuff was more fun? That's something apparently you don't think you have control over. That statement tells me you don't have control over fun. So yeah, maybe a gacha game stuff will change in the future. Then does it cease to be gacha? I don't know. Because there are games that aren't gacha that I would like to think is more fun, but I think your statement says that the gacha game stuff is gacha game stuff. It's game stuff with gacha. So the gacha part is probably not fun to you. But the game stuff, the daily game stuff, that exists in many different types of games. For the record, this discussion happens non-stop with gacha games. Like, the part where people say the fun part is the gacha game is fun for being a game, to me, for being a game, But the part that makes it unfun is knowing that the gacha exists. Like people logging on to League of Legends and like Fortnite and Minecraft, I don't see the difference as much as other people think they do. The daily quest or equivalent is what gets burned out from, and when you just leave for a while and return, it feels like a while ago. You don't mind the gacha. What you just describes pretty much everything. You don't like the daily routine. So take it for a learning lesson. You didn't describe the game. You described daily routine. In my opinion. You basically described daily routine. It goes much deeper than that. I don't mind the gacha either. It's for whoever has the money to do so. The thing that I said that I play gacha for is the daily routine. So if you get burned out on that and then you say you just leave for a while and then come back, that sounds like a reasonable way to deal with a routine you can't keep up, right? If it's unfun because it's a routine and you burn out from it, avoiding it is a way to prevent yourself from being burned out by that thing again. It is also how you approach most things as well. When you try to study something and the daily quest is to do your reviews and you eventually burn out on it and then you leave for a while and then you come back and you have a renewed vigor to do the exact same thing, you have your answer. I don't get burnout doing the same things every day. In fact, I try to do them better a little bit each and every day because they stay the same or they stay very similar. That's what I'm practicing with gacha games or live service games in general. I like being able to do passive things while seeing where I can squeeze. So when I first played Persona 5X, for example, it took me like 2 or 3 hours a day because I was really hooked on it or something like that. There's a lot of things to do. Then it became 30 minutes. It gets grind down to 30 minutes. Then 18. Then 15. It actually takes 10 minutes. I can tell you exactly the timing. The daily quest and the weekly things take an average of 10 minutes every 2 weeks, every single day. But I said 15 because there's a literal timer on a task that takes 15 minutes. So in order to create a routine, I log in and I queue up this task and it counts down from 15. And what I do is I do everything I can possibly do in that 15 minutes and I will still have 5 minutes left over. And then the non-daily quest equivalent thing that is also part of gacha games, which you did not mention, is when it gets updated every so often. So today would be one of those days. 2.5 introduces something new. So that is also part of live service and gacha. Like a new banner that you said you didn't mind, that's still part of the gacha game stuff. So when you bundle it all together, the daily gacha game stuff is part of the gacha system. Duolingo based on what you're saying or suggesting is a gacha game. Because the daily stuff that you can't seem to not burn out with is in Duolingo. Maintain your streak, for example. Your Anki, every time it's telling you to go study, that's the daily game stuff. It's the gamification. Space repetition is a game mechanic. Memorizing things is a game mechanic. It can be associated with it. You might not find that very useful right now, but some people I'm not gonna say a lot, some people use that as a way to keep themselves motivated. So like I can't make this stuff up. In HanziHero, there's a new person. It's gonna be the same question each time. Like there's gonna be a person there. A new person did the trial, right? And they ask, is it worth investing in this in HanziHero to get to a goal? Well, this person used it for like however long now, and they haven't even considered the aspect of time. They simply said, if I buy this, would I get to the goal? Nothing about like, oh, you know, I spent this so long to do this so long. That right here, yes, burnout material right there. There's another one every so often when this new person becomes a vet. So someone who's like used it for 3 months. And it's probably gonna be the same person. They're gonna say, hey guys, I have a burnout problem. I'm not motivated anymore. Can I add like a streak system to keep myself motivated? Can you guys like add a streak system so it reminds me that I'm doing something? Gacha games, live service, Netflix, all of those things periodically update, add more subsystems so it keeps the person motivated. I didn't make this up. It literally happened 2 days ago, and this literally happened 3 days ago, and I expect to see it again roughly every month, largely because I feel like that's the trickle rate for HanziHero. Maybe you'll learn to like routine someday. Maybe. I don't think you have to, of course. I'm not trying to say it's not a good thing. The nice thing is to have both. I think the take home, the TLDR from all this yapping is everything I said and everything. If you have time to invest a little bit in different options, it will feel like you're getting to choose how to spend your money. When someone sees prices and they see, oh, why does it have to be so expensive? That is almost telling me that they want the thing, but they can't afford the thing. And by want, it really means you can shove that person and convince them that they need it, and you'll get your money. When I see someone say, oh, hey, do you want to do this? And I'm like, I don't have to. Do you want me to do this? Because I have time. I can choose to like engage with you because I know many ways we can do it. But if you really like this thing, let's do it together. The difference is I have something to gain voluntarily, not something I have to do. And the other person, unfortunately, I often don't feel like they have a choice in the matter. They have already committed that there's only one way to enjoy the thing. Here's a slightly different but probably common question for me. Would you suggest using Hanzi as a trial for you? Or more so, what do you have to say about positive and negative about it for me? Positive thing? No time limit. HanziHero's trial period is not a time limit. It's a goal. I know that's a little bit deceptive because that sets up the person to think that if they bought and subscribe, remember that this is a subscription-based service, unless you buy a lifetime. The difference here is there's no time limit on your trial. So you're not forced for time management. There's no time management involved. Like, bigger time management. When, like, for Wanikani, it's 1 month. Now, if you're thinking about the pros and cons, what is the difference then? This means that you never are committed. You don't have to commit time. So it's easy, but it doesn't tell you how to manage your time with HanziHero. It doesn't encourage you that. So when you buy a sub, your time management is going to go out the window. So they will likely make more money this way. Now, the thing is, they also offer lifetime. So lifetime is a one-time purchase. And this trial, without the time limit, would complement that. For Wanikani, for example, it's a 1-month trial. That means you will have a mindset of thinking about subbing, despite them having a lifetime purchase. So I think when it comes to pros and cons, this would probably be the biggest for HanziHero. There's no time limit for the trial period. It's up to a certain point. You basically, I think it's roughly approximately 100 characters. The first 100 characters. I sort of wish it was pay by how much you do instead of pay by month. If it was paid by how much you do, I think, so when you're talking about, it's pay as you go, the pay as you go system used to be quite popular. Now it's pay per subscription, right? Per subscription. And then you have one-time payments. So the subscription, the pay by subscription it's the middle ground between pay as you go and one-time payment. The pay as you go system, right? Pay by how much you do instead, post trial, right? Usually the people now, customers like you, would not pay back to allow the business to go forward. Because in my opinion, if I were to start a business using pay as you go, this would involve the good faith of the consumer. And on the internet, most things right now are objective. So that business, you find rare businesses. These businesses do exist. There are very exceptional businesses that operate on the good faith of the consumer first. A great example would be a content creator that already built a community. Lots of their services are often pay as you go. There's a commitment to offering something, and then there's others. Money back guarantee. It's not quite the same as pay as you go, but it's more like satisfaction, right? Satisfaction guarantee. So you're still forking technically a pledge for money, but that money transaction hasn't happened yet. So there are quite a few businesses, and in the United States, it's like a common practice for a limited period, usually a month's period by default. Those are businesses that would have the good faith of the consumer as a faith in their product. Now, these do not apply, the things I'm describing don't necessarily apply to services. Services are not maintained on the online with this. So if you're going to pay as you go, it also means that the business is at the mercy of your comments. And what I mean by that is, if you sort of wish that you're going to pay as how much you do instead of paying by the month, if you don't do a lot, then they're investing in your commentary. So if you pay, what is the outcome a lot of times? I don't think it's worth, like, what I mean is, from a business standpoint, there's not a lot to gain for business where a consumer is not committed to the product that they're buying. So oftentimes when you pay and you only did one lesson, and then say you pay for that one lesson, what are you going to go and spread about the product? You're probably going to say like, hey, you know, this product, it kind of just sucked. I just did like one thing and it kind of sucks. You hurt the business even though you're having a fair price for the business. The internet, in my opinion, doesn't perpetuate that. If you want to know what's a great example of pay as you go, where they have a different system, all the free-to-play content online, like even if it's free, look at the customer comments. There's often goodwill for free. You mainly say it's sort of preferred because you suck at time management and commitment. Then you go and buy something that doesn't have time commitment. I know that you're referring to HanziHero in this case. There is a choice for no time commitment, but it also means that you need commitment yourself. So like if you suck at time commitment, and you're avoiding working on time commitment, a product that is designed without time commitment is probably it. And in terms of HanziHero, the answer would be, it's just a different commitment. It is. And you have to see it that way, right? So, a product without time commitment is HanziHero with a lifetime subscription. And just so you know, if you believe that it's just a different commitment, then it also is just a different solution. If you don't believe it's a different commitment, then you would apply the same solution to them. So when you say pay as you go, that doesn't correlate with commitment that you're talking about. Pay as you go means no commitment. And what you want is commitment with no commitment. Lifetime forces you to make sure you do it at some point in a way. That's exactly the point. So you keep saying things as though you want the cake. You want the cake and eat it. You literally spelled out what I was saying. You want something that has no commitment in order to commit something, but you didn't commit anything, so you'll never get a value out of it. Like, if you're saying you're going to do pay as you go, then pay as you go means that the bar is non-existent. And in my opinion, objectively speaking, from a business standpoint, that is horrendous. So if you want someone to sacrifice that, someone else is going to have to create the commitment for you. And that's how free-to-play models work. You have no commitment, but someone else is committed to supporting this. So I tend to think of it this way. When I'm playing Persona 5 The Phantom X, when I'm using Duolingo for free, someone else is paying for the commitment. So then I have to create the commitment myself. So if I was thinking pros and cons, of course you would think, of course, based on what I know about you so far, you would want to pay as you go. Because it requires no commitment. when you play a free-to-play game, some of the defenders of free-to-play games, like the defenders, their argument is that there's no commitment. So if it's a bad game, it's okay because there's no commitment. If it's a good game, then it's a bonus. And then the rest, it's a mediocre game. Mid-game, not worth investing. So when you're asking something like HanziHero to use a pay-as-you-go model, this is what they're getting. At least for now. Maybe the world will change in the future. So this is what they're getting. They're always going to get mid and low. There is rarely ever a free-to-play model thing with no commitment. And you only pay when you choose to pay. This is the closest thing to like pay as you go. You play it long enough. You play it long enough until the people convince you to spend money on it. By the way, most gacha games are also free-to-play games now. So, what do their reviews look like? Nearly all of them start off below average. And someday, if they're good, we're talking about like 90% of these games, below average. And someday, maybe 7 years down the line, it may become above average. Or they would have closed down already. These are the facts. Like, these are statistics, right? That's what happens. So whenever someone wants no commitment, for the business, the developer, and the publisher, they are the commitment. They commit it to their vision. So the developers and the publishers, who are human beings, will go through and commit for you. So they have to trust their consumers. And there are good examples of this. I mean, I know I said I play Neverwinter. Neverwinter is 12 years old. And despite the decline, the constant decline, someone, some group, some publisher have handed it off multiple times and it still exists now. No Man's Sky is a even different one. It's a combination. There's a commitment up front, but also a commitment by the developers. And the neat thing is they're going on to make another game finally, and all that committing may guarantee that their game is successful. So oftentimes the model that ends up working most consistently is a mutual commitment, which it's like looking for a diamond in the rough situation, because it wouldn't become a diamond without the mutual commitment of both sides. Yeah, it's not good for business, but you can find them. This isn't it though. This isn't it. I bought it. I bought the lifetime subscription. I actually bought lifetime subscriptions from Wanikani and HanziHero. I've already disclosed most of my decision making on day ones of most things. I've already described what my commitments are. And that money for the lifetime is the weakest part of my decision making. There are so many other things that I'm already committed to before I started this. Money was disclosed because I want people to know that what's most important to them is the least important to me. I invest in my future, what I can do with the commitments I made. I don't usually... Now, hear me out. If you're saying, well, you don't have the money to do so, you can use Anki. It has no commitments, which is what most people do. Free stuff has no commitment. How does that impact your success with the free stuff? That's entirely up to you. It's free. It requires no commitments. So if you're using Anki and you're wondering like, well, I just don't feel like it here and there, I don't like to do anything, one source of commitment is financial. Unless you have other forms of ways to commit yourself, right? I could use Anki too. It would look very different from the average person who uses Anki, who sees it as a no commitment. When I say I'm going to use Anki, I'm already committed in a way that doesn't really necessarily mean just the time and just the money. It's all of it. All of those things forces commitment, right? Unfortunately, hear me out. In this case, I'm a little disappointed that the developers are not committed to keeping HanziHero updated. So there is a pros and cons situation of which I don't have control over. It's been more than 6 months since the last update to HanziHero. Wanikani gets an update every week now. They've actually accelerated and cranked up their development thing. It's by sheer coincidence. But Wanikani now does weekly updates, and that's amazing. Persona 5 Phantom X does updates every 2 weeks. In fact, the tasks, the daily stuff that you mentioned and the weekly stuff, they get updated on a weekly basis. So despite it being boring and possibly routine and whatnot, the idea is that they still update the things. That's a commitment they have given. Reason you're hesitant over CN on Anki, the same was as for Japanese, is the lack of pronunciation samples, as you're not near as familiar with CN audio versus Japanese, which is an issue for Japanese for you. Well, Anki was not, you're supposed to collect that. Like Anki has, if that's your commitment problem for CN audio and Japanese audio, Anki is not responsible for that. And HanziHero is synthetic audio, so you're not going to solve that problem. What you're looking for is something entirely different that has a different sort of commitment. If you want a limitless supply of audio samples, you have to make a friend who actually speaks that language, probably. That also requires a form of commitment. There's a different commitment for Anki that isn't related to Anki, and that's collecting the audio samples yourself. You didn't pay for Anki, so they don't have to provide that. It works both ways. The argument works both ways. So if you don't want to pay for something, and people don't want to pay for something, then it doesn't exist. It goes back to Bree's example. If there are a bunch of people who is willing to pay $16,000 to get comprehensive audio samples in order for people to commit, there might be room for that. But as far as I know, language learners believe and feel self-entitled to the freeness of, no, like Anki isn't responsible and you don't have an issue with no Japanese is what you're saying. You just would need a way to get CN audio to the point where you're familiar, in which then don't bring up Anki. You said the reason you're hesitant over CN on Anki. You mean the reason you're hesitant over CN is that you don't have enough audio efficiency. It doesn't have anything about lacking. Like Anki, why is Anki in the discussion? Maybe like finding a source of CN audio would be great. That's what you're looking for. Not whether it's on Anki or something, that's besides the point. Anki is a discussion because it'd be hard to have audio, I guess. No, it wouldn't be, because it's not related to Anki. You just said Anki isn't responsible and you don't have issues with no Japanese audio, is what you're saying. So you either have an issue or you don't. Right now you're saying Anki is in the discussion, so yes, you do have an issue. Like, I'm trying to be, you see what I mean? Like, is either Anki is an issue or it isn't an issue. You could have said something that didn't deal with Anki. It's perfectly fine. If it's too hard to find audio for Chinese, I think the one thing I can offer is that well, actually, maybe this is a better question. You live around people who speaks Chinese. You're in an environment with people who already speak Chinese. So when you're thinking about not having sources of CN audio, is it a question of committing to getting that audio, or that there's actually not a lot of examples of CN audio? Okay, you'd be okay with CN on Anki, but handling Anki the same way as you currently do for Japanese wind work is because audio would be needed? Are you telling me like Japanese audio is something that comes based with Anki? That's kind of hard to believe. You technically get CN audio on a daily basis. IRL? Yeah, you technically. We're not talking about immersion or passive. We're talking about recording audio, right? You're looking at recorded audio. So things are hard. Either you're not committed to it or you are, and that doesn't seem like you're committed to it. So you kind of have your answer there. And I wasn't aware that Japanese audio comes default on Anki. I didn't hear any Japanese audio when you were sharing it with me when you were practicing your Anki deck. It's not default on Anki. Okay, so then how is it that your decision is based on you just don't need it as much as you would for CN, but you don't need anything you haven't done? Like, you don't use Anki for Japanese audio. So your decision for Chinese audio is that you need audio that you haven't done for Japanese. So your argument is you can't use CN on Anki because you don't like Japanese, because you don't need audio for Japanese on Anki, but you don't use audio anyways with Japanese on Anki. Yeah, you don't use Anki for audio, but for Chinese you would really want audio because you don't know the sounds much. You don't know the sounds for Japanese either on Anki. Like, I genuinely don't understand this line of thinking. Like, nothing is stopping you from using Anki for the same way as you're using Japanese. It is predicated on wanting something that you are using Anki not to use. It would be great if Anki provided audio for both of them. I would totally agree with you on that. Like, it is something people want. HanziHero does not have quote-unquote audio for Chinese. Duolingo doesn't either. Wanikani sorta does. There's gonna be a lot of wants, not a lot of doing. I'm trying not to be as aggressive here, but I'm not going to point out why I can't understand that doing something, like trying to do something that you're not going to do, has bearings on what you're going to do. Like, okay, the best way you can put this is you don't know Pinyin. If I did, you still have a low amount of knowledge about the language sound itself, if that makes sense. No, you don't. Because you're not reading the Pinyin in Anki. Like, you're not reading this. You're not hearing any basis for this in your Anki. Do you think that when you say re in your domaji, it's because re is coming from an audio source that's due to your practice? You're not practicing that. You're finding it elsewhere. So you're going to find this elsewhere. You really don't know how to explain what you're trying to do. I know what you're trying to do. And I'm telling you a different perspective that involves actually trying to think about how you solve the problem. If you keep saying that other people don't understand you and you don't want to explain it, then that's fine. That's on you. Constantly saying that assuming other people don't understand what you're trying to say is not trying to understand what they're trying to say. That's very different. So don't use Anki for Chinese. Don't use anything without audio for Chinese until you find audio. That is it. You somehow think that knowing audio and having the information is somehow available to you before you actually even do it. You like to avoid your problems and was under the impression that you wasn't communicating and we're on a different page. We're not on a different page. You want something that will do the work for you. So go out and do the work, I suppose. Go find audio sources. The sooner you find audio sources, the sooner you somehow will use Anki to not reinforce the audio sources that you have spent time doing. Because if you don't want to collect the audio sources and you don't want to commit the time to doing that, because you're only going to find out in Anki, you don't use it. What I've come to know is that you can put those audio sources onto a deck. So you can choose to put audio of Japanese on your Anki deck, use that routine to go collect CN audio for the same purpose. That is different way of looking at it. You can solve your problems by seeing what's absent. So if you're saying you don't want to start CN on Anki because somehow you need a lot of passive listening for it, then you don't have the social skills to ask people I know for CN audio. Well, then you clearly now you have a new task to do. Now you have to develop your social skills in order to collect CN audio, in order to put it onto an Anki without the CN audio. Or you're not going to use it for the CN audio. Just for the record, there's something that is beating around the bush quite a lot. You haven't talked about synthetic audio. You haven't talked about things of trying to... You want to run away from your lack of social skills? Well, then you'll never develop social skills. probably want to get started on that too. Like if every problem leads to another problem, then continue to find that line of problem until you find something that you can commit to. No, like you want them to appear randomly. I know you want them to appear randomly. I know. You want IRL social skills to appear randomly. You want everything to appear randomly. You want a application that will come up with 0 commitments from you in order to magically teach you something so that you don't have to do it. Like, that would be great. That makes life a lot easier. Maybe slightly uneventful in the sense of accomplishments, but I think there are plenty of people who would love to have things land on their laps. Unfortunately, I can't tell you with like genuine I can't tell you honestly that's what's going to happen in life and in skill development. In fact, I would tell you it's the opposite. If I had to wager, what's the point of commitment? What's the point of doing something when you don't want to do it? It's a part that you and I, this is the part that you and I do not resonate with. And that is the reward of being able to do it. Commitment breeds reward or delayed gratification. So if you don't like commitment and you're bad at it, no matter what I say, it's going to come back to commitment. So when I say something like, oh, you can try this, I don't want to commit. Because I'm afraid of commitment. Okay, so let's work on commitment. That requires commitment. And I'm replacing words, by the way. I'm replacing the context. With every single suggestion, there will be a question of commitment over and over again. I don't know. I can't do anything about that, obviously. At least in my opinion. What I can do to coincidentally appear randomly is one day I might do something, and by sheer coincidence, it's the thing that interests you enough to create a commitment. So when you ask me about HanziHero and you ask me what the pros and cons about HanziHero, you've already have your answer. The answer is no, because you're afraid of commitment. So we move on, right? Unfortunately, it's going to be another year and a half, or like not a year and a half. It's going to be another like 8 months before I do something else that's different. So maybe then that would happen upon it. The alternative is maybe go around and look at other people and see if it randomly helps you and inspires you to form commitments. I am going to step back and tell you that while I'm saying all of these things and pointing out all these associations, I'm not here to convince you to do anything. I think that's inappropriate. So I can tell you what I have done and answer your questions to the best of my ability, and that's probably as far as it goes. Like, no amount of conceptual understanding or explainers would substitute for experience. Commitment is beautiful. Like, I can try to tell you what I think about commitment. Maybe a few things to kind of ground what commitment is. I can tell you what I get out of commitment, so then you don't have to feel like you're being attacked. I don't have to comment about you. My commitments, pros and cons. Pros and cons of commitment. Con, takes a lot of time. Takes a lot of time. Progress is slow. Progress is slower. Problems come up. Let's see. Maybe costs a lot of money. That's kind of low ball one. You can fail. It could end up being not worth. I'm trying to think of all the like empathetic things that I've collected over the internet. What are the cons? I'm starting with cons because that's kind of how most people talk about commitment online. They start with the cons and then they look at the pros. So I'm trying to make this a little bit more approachable. It's hard. My life did not prepare me for this. Actually, I'm just gonna write preparedness. You're never going to be prepared. No one's prepared for commitment. Not prepared. It's not predictable. Probably lack of feedback. So now I'm gonna write, okay, try to say why commitment is worth it for you. Well, again, I already addressed worth. The con is it's never going to be worth. And I'll tell you why that is the case. To me. So pros, it takes a lot of time. You get a lot of practice. Progress is slower. Journey, not the destination. Problems come up all the time. Learning. Costs a lot of money. It's small money over time. Failure. Opportunities. Not worth. How should I say this? Sentimentalism. Hard. Committed. I know it's commitment, but we'll change hard to diligence or discipline. Not prepared. Adaptive. Not predictable. Consistency. Lack of feedback. Self-evaluation. Oh, so this is goods and bad things from earlier, isn't it? Sort of. We're talking about pros and cons, aren't we? So now let's flip it. Let's flip the mindset. When I think of a commitment, I think of these things first and where I get them. I don't think of a list of problems that would come up eventually in order to think of things that I have to work on. So when someone thinks about commitment, they're thinking about all the bad things, at least in my opinion. They're thinking about all the bad things that can come up and the work they need to do. So if this laundry list is long enough, then you say the phrase not worth. For me, commitment is worth it. because I get to practice, focus on the journey, learn something. I get to spread it out as much as I can to spend and invest over time. I learn how to spend less and less over time than spending a lot in one go, right? That's more like diversification, but it's fine. I get a lot of opportunities because I'm committed to something. I will develop sentimentalism because I get attached to the things I spend a lot of effort in. I have to develop discipline. It's an opportunity to see how disciplined I am in form of my commitments. I become more adaptive because I'm committed to making it work. I'm far more consistent because I'm committed to doing it regularly. And because I do it regularly, it offers me a lot of opportunity for self-evaluation. In theory, would studying CN work on studying tech improvement? Hard to know. Hard to know. There's no basis at the moment. The thing I shared here is my personal take. When I'm committed to something, I do all of these things by default. So when I told myself I wanted to buy Wanikani's lifetime subscription, I'm committed. So what am I going to do? I'm going to do all of these things. Have I done all of these things? I did. Every day in and day out, on a daily basis. I practice. I'm on a journey. I'm learning something. I'm technically spreading the money out over time because as I spend more time, the price of Wanikani goes down, right? Because if I spent $250, as my time goes up, the price of Wanikani went down, technically. So if I used Wanikani for 3 years, then I have spread the cost of this across 3 years. That's what I mean by small money over time. You're getting quote-unquote value for your time. And opportunities, we're talking right now. We're streaming, right? I'm talking, I've met Bree, I've met tons of people in the last less than a year. Those are opportunities. And yeah, I'm very sentimental. I'll tell you stories, metaphors from people I've met while I'm using Wanikani. Because without Wanikani or HanziHero, this stuff would not be possible. I envisioned making this stuff happen. Discipline, every single day, except for when I was at Otakon, every single day. Adaptive, I learned how to debate, argue, and talk about my learning strategies and habit formations whenever someone challenges me, because I have to be adaptive in understanding that. And of course, consistency is not just being consistent with Wanikani and HanziHero. And every 100 days, I do a form of self-evaluation. I usually do it every once a month, but I don't write any of that. Or like, I don't record any of that. And each day I do a self-evaluation at the end. It's like I have a daily, a monthly, and a 100-day one. And then the 100-day ones are the formal recording ones. Yeah. So this is what commitment is worth for me. There is another way to look at this to contrast, but I'm not going to go over it today probably, and that's not committing. What are the pros and cons to me about not committing? And you can kind of allude to the same things. So, you know, a pro is you save time. Just to give you like a teaser. To save time, I don't commit. Right? What's a pros? No failure. Well, if you're not committed to something, you can't fail it. To some extent. Is it just the opposite? No, it's not. It's not treated equal. For me, personally, it's not treated equal. because I have a bias towards commitment, not a bias towards non-commitment. I have a bias against not commitment. So it's probably going to look a bit more negative. So what I do is I focus on the positives. So now I'm going to write and tease how not commitment, which is a negative thing for me, be seen as a positive thing. You save time, no failure, no risks. Like, no failure is a difference, it's not the same as no risks. No failure means an endpoint. No risk is probability. So there are no risk when you don't commit to something. That's one of the pros, right? You can kind of see that in the con situation, it's going to accentuate this. Maybe I'll give a few more. Like, not committing means other opportunities. Right? More interesting option, like other opportunities meaning more interesting options. That means if I don't commit to this particular thing, it means something else was better. Like, I did something else. There's other things competing with it. So I don't use up my time. I don't have to worry about failure of this, and I don't have to risk myself on this because there are other opportunities and more options than the current one. Quick, or like no decision making. As in, I no longer have to solve the problem of weighing this. I don't need to continue working on decision making. You don't have to like sit back. It's quick, right? It's quick. No critical thinking. It's not that deep, right? It's not that deep. You think you get where you want to be more so with consistency? You think you get where you want to be with more consistency? Do I think? I think for me, what I'm trying to illustrate here is that you are more likely to have solutions to problems possibly no one can solve. Like, no one outside yourself can solve if you're encouraged to do more than you currently are doing. So if you're a super consistent person, for example, which I don't think you are, you're the opposite, actually. If you're a really consistent person, I have a really personal friend now. It's been greater than 6 years, and he is the defining definition of a mid-20s guy who's super consistent. Like, he's so consistent that he rarely ever breaks the flow. And because he doesn't break the flow, he rarely ever gets new ideas. He's not upset that he never gets new ideas. As in, he doesn't want life to have new things. He wants always the same feelings. The same routine. The complete opposite. And what, as a friend, I try to introduce some new things to him. Get him to want to socialize, for example. Like, he's okay with not socializing and being a Sigma and whatnot. So that's different. So since you're inconsistent, it is more likely that you will develop more solutions to possible problems that I and pretty much anyone outside you cannot solve. Yet, not yet. With more ideas and more solutions to balance things out, you are more likely to have options. So the question is, does that mean that it will get you where you want to be? That's too hard for me to know. The odds are better if the current thing you're doing is not good enough. Right? If the current thing that's not good enough, then something has to be added or taken away. Something has to change. And if I'm willing to bet something, it's not the current thing you're doing. Likely. It's unlikely. Sorry. I'm doing like a negative positive thing. It's unlikely to be the thing you're currently doing. If you're on a downward spiral and you're slowly digressing, you're feeling down and further down, it is unlikely to be the thing that already exists. So for me, it can be anything. It's anything that is outside of what you're doing currently in order to encourage the person. It took me probably like 4 years to maybe reach a connection with this person to do something that is outside his comfort zone. It is currently in upward direction, but also feel bored day to day. That's great. Upward direction is great. I hope it continues to be in upward direction. That's awesome. One problem at a time, When you say it feels bored day to day, upward direction still. Right? Until it stops being upward direction, you can have time to work on that boredom. Or it will give you more and more opportunities over time. Upward direction is where we're going. I hope that it also happens to Bree, because Bree, day in and day out, when I'm talking to Bree, it feels like it's a slight downward. And we're hoping we can go a little bit upward. Boredom is a very long-term issue, sadly. And a very long-term issue requires a very long-term solution. It would be ironic and very paradoxical, almost oxymoronic, to think that you just said it's a very long-term issue and you're expecting it to be fixed overnight. You're saying one thing and you're behaving and being upset about the truth. For example, if boredom is a very long-term issue, then you wouldn't have a problem with a very long-term solution. At least logically. Illogically, you want the boredom to go away. You don't think that it's getting fixed in a short time span? Then why are you bringing it up? Is that supposed to be an excuse? That is a very long-term issue? I agree. Boredom is a very long-term issue. What are you going to do about it? Boredom fixing probably requires commitment. Okay. That's a excellent... Yeah, that's an excellent way to look at it. I'm not sure if boredom needs fixing, but I don't want to be pedantic here. I think we'll talk about that in the future. It's probably going to happen in the future. Maybe 10 years down the line. I mean, if I'm still alive. Like 5 years down the line, you'll probably encounter let yourself be bored. That's when people are too excited, too hyper stimulated, and too excitable. That's the behavior you're exhibiting. So when I say you think boredom is a very long-term issue, you don't behave like boredom is a very long-term issue. You want a quick fix. This is the idea behind another provocative statement. Let yourself be bored. The idea is if you don't let yourself be bored, then you're always expecting things to happen very fast. That's that's a future topic. This is where hyperstimulation, the consequence of hyperstimulation. You can conceive, just as a teaser, you can conceive things taking a long time. But your behavior, because of conditioning, makes you anticipate things to be fast. I kind of saw I'm in the middle of half an essay by someone who talk about this as their idea, their conceptual idea of how to help with or combating hyperstimulation, which is the idea of letting yourself be bored. But how can you let yourself be bored without being detrimental? Or not necessarily detrimental in the sense of self-harm, but more breaking or allowing growth is another great way to say that. Allowing growth. For example, I hope I don't give you the impression that I'm never bored. Right. These states are not permanent. So I get bored. I don't stay bored. It's very different. So I'm not always bad. I get good. And then I become bad again. So it's a time thing. Bored is not a state that is negative. Bored is part of the process. I'm not saying this is something you should be concerned about because you don't have this yet. You do not have the luxury of getting bored. Largely, in my opinion, you're probably going to say something like, well, you don't get bored because you never know how to get excited in the first place. It's yeah, I agree with you. Because if you're chronically bored, that's a different story. That's depression. The thing, if you're not paying attention to what I'm saying, is that bored is temporary, not permanent. It doesn't have to be permanent and temporary. And it doesn't have to be viewed as a state in which you avoid doing. You want a quick fix because you're bored of the boredom and suck at commitment, but that's unrealistic. Yeah, you like getting bored would be okay, but you don't like almost all of every day feeling boring to you. Yeah. Meditating would be a great example of trying to get someone to be bored and clairvoyant while finding value in it. I don't meditate to this day. I actually do something else, but some people could call it meditating. I would spend 5 or 10 seconds before doing something to actualize what I'm gonna visualize what I'm gonna do in the next 5 minutes or something. That's kind of like meditating. Anyways, good talk. I don't know when you're gonna go to bed, but I imagine, or I don't know how you're gonna sleep tonight and do your other routines and whatnot, but I imagine you've set time and schedule for that stuff, Mika. I'm talking about your entire day, not just what time it is now. All right, so this doesn't have any sample examples, so we don't have vocabulary for them. Let's see. Professor X is in front of the house where he's playing the trombone. He isn't very good at it, so every couple of seconds has to stop playing and grasp for air with his mouth. That's not very great. Wait, is this a name of a place? It's probably a name of a place or a region. Gasp. You did already schedule as you said you would, although quite roughly, as you're not really feeling like thinking about it in detail, since Wednesday are uninteresting usually, and there'll be many repeat points. All right, ... it is. Okay, so fair enough. Professor X. I'm gonna say, so Professor X is in front of his house, right? Where a mutant student is practicing trombone. He noticed the student gasping for air with his mouth and went over to help with breath control.
Xu, 捆
A bundle, not soku. Interesting. I wonder if this is combined with soku. What is soku? I actually don't have a soku yet. Or just standalone bundle. Like, what would be a good use? What would be a good use? Wake up at 7, use second period, free to study Japanese, use fourth period, free to work on math. Any of them. That's a pretty good use. Yeah, that's whatever it is that you want to keep consistent. Honestly, I'm like, whatever information you find that you repeat too much is up to you. It also assumes that whatever you're omitting in the details aren't important to repeat anymore. So being able to know that that's what you're doing. I repeat most things to myself, so I don't know what it is that you do. But I tend to repeat the same things to myself as like a note-keeping gesture. No point for you to repeat when you leave to get food, and it's never going to change. That's fair. If you don't think it's ever going to change, and I'll make that assumption based on that. Oh there, Madre. You have no internal monologue person, so you don't know. I don't think that's an internal monologue. It's for record keeping purposes. I wasn't talking about internal monologue. Like, can you ask me a question? Sure, Madre. Sure. What's up? Alright, so Koopa. Koopa is in... Oh, actually, does that look like a... Quinn? It does. Closest one is Quinn, which is the trapped. And you work in China with top tier English? Only? I have no idea. I've never been to China. According to many peeps, the answer is probably a no. But I don't have any professional background yet. One thing that is a little concerning is, from that question, is I don't know what top tier English is either. Like, I don't know what top tier is. The last time I checked, someone's proficiency in a language is rarely correlated with their success in professional career. So I have no idea. It would be interesting to hear someone's perspective on what is top tier English. Personally, I don't feel like I have top tier English. Koopa is in the basement of the infirmary, where he finds a strange tree. I don't think we're gonna be able to do tree and fingers and mouth. Okay, what about Koopa's mouth? So Koopa is in the basement of the infirmary. Oh, we could make it as a... True, it's mostly from what part of the world you come from. It's different standards everywhere. Yeah. Yeah. Hear me out. It looks like a present, like a gift, and bundles are usually for gifts anyways. That is certainly one way to think about it. So what do you think when this is there? And this one? And this one. The reason why I asked is because what I'm about to do is to differentiate between all of them. The Quinn, those other ones look less gift ribbon-like. That's not enough to remember them, probably. Because then all three of them are just simply different from this one. It doesn't come from the middle. Probably not gonna be good enough. Yeah, I don't think so. Then what is this? By the way, this is how I remember what this is. Or what I'm going to do to remember what this is. It has no sled. That's probably not going to be enough. If I have to tell you, you're like, the absence of something is rough. That means it has to be there before it's absent. Like something like this, for example. Versus something like this. For me, personally. Not for you. I'm saying that's probably not gonna be enough for me. Absence of something is very important. You try to do. The reason why I'm sharing this is it'll be interesting to see what happens when you learn something where there's an absence of something versus an existence of something. For myself, everything is existing. So I tackle everything of existence. So instead of looking at it in a way that it doesn't look like something or does look like something, I just describe the thing. So you're trying to describe it as best as you can with its existence. Koopa basement infirmary, where he finds a wooden bundle of materials. Let's see, like a wooden bundle of special medical equipment. He quickly picks it up, swipes it with his fingers to tell to inform or tell Bowser of his acquisition. To later tell. You thought like it's something cutting into the ice though to fix the issue. Okay. So both of those are still water, right? If you think this is easy, then you're going to... I hope you continue to try to do that for everything else. It hasn't happened yet, but what you're doing is part of the consistency part that I hope that one day becomes very apparent. So, like, you have water, right? You have water. And the relationship between water and ice in Japanese. Oh, no. This is good. This is a good thing. Like, what I mean is, I think this is useful. Like, what you're doing is very useful here. It's not what you're doing for other things. What you're doing for other things is the opposite of it. So the relationship between ice and water, right? This is still water to you. And then this part, all of this part is still water. So then you're imagining something with this. And the good news in this case is that these two are related to each other. And that's association. It's how to use, like, you know, your neurons, right? What happens is whatever you're using for water is branching off into ice. So the core foundation is water, which is excellent. That's how I'm doing it here. So instead of looking at it as neurons look like this, it's kinda like this isn't this would be the axon, like this would be the neuron, and the axon would be near here, and it would lead out, and then these are the dendrites. Like dendrites would be further away. Not someone that's good at bio. I wasn't very good at. This is neurobiology, and not too much. It's a generic way of describing a neuron. I don't actually... Neurons do look like that though, in a generic way. So here, shortcut, Quinn. This is Quinn. And I'm making Quinn kind of reminded me of Quinn versus Quinn. This part, this one doesn't carry, so it does not carry any sound. It rarely carries the sound. This part carries a lot of sound. So we're gonna do that. And oh, and it's not wooden actually. Oh no, it is wind. Yeah, there's wind. K is pronounced as Q. Is it? Let me see. Ooh. E. No, just in this situation. So Ku is cool. Yeah, Ku sounds like a Q. Do I have key? No, I don't have key. Oh yeah, I do. No, I don't have key. Do I have key? K. Ka. No, it just the situation. So far. I'm trying to think if there's a situation where it doesn't sound like a K. It'd be fun experiment to have few characters you test your way of thinking on them if you ever want to test that, see how it goes and where it fails. That's we already did that, but or I've already done that before. What I mean is I've done that when I was younger. Doing a whole experiment around it, it would require someone to design something for it. Like what I mean is if there's an app out there that relies on that strategy, would be a great idea. I can't really do it intentionally in a way that doesn't fit the system. Like here, it doesn't complement the system. The way this is working is because of the way I'm doing this is the way, yeah. What is a way to do that? How do we do, like I just showed you an example of, oh no wait, how I'm trying to think if there's a game or something that I'm doing that uses that strategy. Oh, how often do you play puzzle games, if ever? So when you play a puzzle game, I haven't done this personally, but the example I would give is, right, say you have a grid. What sort of puzzle game? Wordle? I mean, Wordle's fun. We can use Wordle as an example. You always just crane fight ploys? That's fine. That's not gonna be what we're talking about. So your style. Let me illustrate your style for Wordle. So you're given 6 things, and it's probably gonna get you to that point. You said you always just crane fight employ, but we're talking about establishing your style. So like when you're starting off, how is a person gonna develop into that? So since you're gonna start with something and we're gonna start with English, usually English has an emphasis on vowels, right? Like when you have vowel systems. So oftentimes you're gonna guess and check. It's 5 letters. All right, that's fine. It can have 15 letters. It doesn't really matter. But thanks for pointing it out. So it has 5 letters, right? What you're gonna do is you're probably gonna guess the highest frequency stuff. So probably start with some vowels. So let's just say A here, right? You go through them, then you're gonna do consonants. And you're probably gonna try to look at whatever this is, if any vowels show up. And then you're gonna have the consonants associate with its position here. But what you're gonna try to think about is you're gonna try to be thinking about a particular word. Right? So if I wrote in, say, it's already really difficult for me to illustrate it because I don't think of it this way. By the way, you're generally regarded as bad at Wordle. I'm not surprised, but that doesn't mean you have to stay bad at Wordle. I think the way you have to go about it is going to take a really long time, and that's probably not going to be something you want to do. So, for example, if you're looking at this now, you're gonna start thinking about, oh well, what's a word that has a second letter on A? So like you're gonna try to say like, okay, well, what's a 5-letter word with the second letter is A? Then eventually you get to a word, right? Like, say it's gonna be like basis, right? And the thing is, then this becomes the instance that you're gonna base something off of. So then you get your second word. Now we're on to the second wordle. And just so happens you're gonna do this bootstrap again, right? And it's gonna end up being A here, next day. So the likely chance is you're gonna have a higher propensity to try to test B and S's. This is the strategy that I feel would be the most generalizable. I think that's a starting position. And eventually you're gonna do with enough experience that you always start with a stock approach. So then when we fast forward to like 100 wordles, it's gonna be, all right, we're gonna start with some high coverage, right? So when you do this enough, you still get to the point where this is where I'm thinking of when I'm thinking about studying and doing things. So when to internalize this, say I get a wordle, right? I'm like, well, let's throw in a vowel. Okay. Well, it's an A separated by 3 things. I mean, you could think of it as maybe it could be something like a ket, right? Or a kit. Or maybe like a full, or tall. There are other ways to look at framing what the word is. Maybe the A is a separator between a consonant. Like this is likely a consonant. And then there's A's that are often associated with one syllable. What I'm suggesting is what's fun about Wordle to me is that there are many ways to think about it. Yeah, like common endings, like asking how many syllables. So the thing about puzzle games. So now why do I think puzzle games are amazing? Why do I feel like I was going to use a puzzle game? It's because it will challenge the way you think. And I think that's what you and I differ. We differ for purpose. I participate and play things to challenge the way I think. So I'm collecting more ways to think about things. You're focusing on the task, the object, like the objective. So when you say you always just crane fight employees, is because you're worried, you're concerned about the task. I'm curious what happens if I don't start with crane fight employees versus crane fight employees. In fact, maybe we can even improve upon crane fight employees. Maybe like acorn. Acorn seems pretty good. And we need more coverage. Plows. Oh no. Then we have one extra here. So that's redundant. So we can use something else other than plows. Maybe plays. No, plays have a overlapping here. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing now is why I would play Wordle. Like, the moment, like, I'm already stuck on this. I'm actually genuinely really curious now. This is what makes me want to play Wordle. Now I'm learning the location and how I'm trying to solve a problem. So maybe we can use like gummy, but gummy has a double M, so we could use something else. Maybe like a grommet. I don't even think that that's how you spell grommet, but that's fine. You used to experiment, but one day the word was like, okay, and you just spam crane ever since. Yep, that's exactly it. Hear me out. Play today's Wordle, but use my 3 words and go from there. We can't do that here, but I'll pull up Wordle later then. I won't do it now. We would have to plan these things. But yes, what you're doing is something that I've already done. Like, you're using the whole point of you using crane, ploys, and what was the third one? And fight is what consistency is. So at least I know that you can create consistency. But here's a big but. If you want me to give you a big but to work on, that consistency is locked on an objective. And that objective is static. So that means there's no room for improvement. No room for improvement, no room for no room for improvement, no room for incentivize equals boredom. Intellectually. At least for me. For me, that's boring. So basically you use consistency when you shouldn't and vice versa. It sounds like it. Again, it's like, you know, we haven't known each other for a very long time. You use consistency in a way that it fuels your boredom. So you want things to be quick and simple, which is good. Like, you want to become efficient. However, there's a lacking incentive to break out of that boredom. So what is very efficient, what is very efficient makes it immediately boring. So how do you solve that problem? Sort of. You take on a challenge that is slightly good enough to solve, but consistently outside your range. What does that sound like? Maybe talking to someone is probably one. Usually we're not going to use this because you already have social anxiety problems and whatnot and you don't like talking. So the other thing is what you said before. A competition with a friend. So I'm lining up the stuff that you shared with me already. So this is where when a friend is a competition, a friend is a moving target. So when there are moving targets, the things you are good to solve doesn't stay the same. It is unlikely to stay the same. So then you're consistently outside the range. So having something that is consistently outside, your friend don't really share interest much, and honestly, you don't consider most friends. So that's besides the point. You're situationally turning an argument to something you that is not relevant to the current thing that I said. You basically picked an excuse of convenience to diminish what I just shared about the whole point. Like, really, really just completely past the point. Then don't rely on your friends. Play a puzzle game that adapts to you. Shooting people, yeah, more situational stuff. Yeah, like it doesn't have to be a friend. It can be a book. It could be a puzzle game, which is what we used, Wordle. The idea is you have to put something right outside your reach then. At least that's what I think could help. Constantly putting something outside your reach, but it's achievable, but not reachable at the moment. What does that look like is, I'm gonna be honest with you, it kind of just sounds like a daily quest. And what you're doing right now is pretty good. I mean, you made a schedule, you made a daily schedule, and you're kind of always trying to achieve it. And there's always something very dissatisfying about the schedule that you want to keep achieving. So maybe blending in this idea is to make the schedule slightly outside your comfort zone, but largely in your comfort zone, and then see where that goes. Every single day, your schedule is slightly outside your comfort zone, but savable and doable. And what I mean is, ultimately, it's doable. Like, you want to be like 80 to 90% successful at achieving your schedule. Not fill up your schedule until it's not achievable and you're talking about it's savable with a low odds. The concept of scheduling JP every single day makes it hard. Well, you don't have to schedule JP because Anki kind of dictates that for you, but if that's too hard, then you schedule less. It has to be slightly outside of your overall scheduling success. So keep it at 90%. You think Saturday scheduling will be hardest? Then make it easier. All of the stuff that you're saying is a choice you made. So either you make it easier because you think you either make it harder because you think nothing's too good for you, or you make it easier and you think you're too good for it. So if you don't make your schedule easier and you're gonna say like, oh, but then I'll disappoint myself and I won't be able to do everything that I wanted to do and get to where then your disappointment is stronger than your ability to make it easy enough for you to do it. No, as in scheduling, the concept of opening Anki as a requirement makes it slightly uncomfortable. Uncomfortable doesn't sound like you're not going to do it. Situational. I don't see being able to be successful at something is something that has to be completely comfortable. Right. Learning, like, for example, do you like learning? I don't really know. I don't really know what the answer is. Your behavior would tell me you don't like learning because pretty much anything that makes you uncomfortable is too hard or it adds to hardness. Learning legitimately deals with being not knowing what you're going to do. Like, what I mean is the thing you're trying to learn is the thing that makes you uncomfortable. Yes or no, yes and no. Okay, well then, there you found your answer. You're gonna have to find out what the yeses are and the nos are. If you're giving me a yes or no, then you have to answer that question. Not now, obviously, because I'm kind of running out of time now. Okay. Swipe or no swiping.
捆
Hmm? Right. Dino labor, right?
也
Yeah, you'll do that with the scheduling. Hopefully. I'm glad to hear it. Let me know what you find out. Machine component for the generator that deals with ice or chilling the ice. Actually, I don't remember what this is. Oh, that might not be the greatest. Maybe like the hot smelting machine. A hot smelted machine component.
Xu. 勿谈。捆。坚不可摧。坚不可摧。
坚不可摧。Indestructible. Alright.
啃。
Nibble. You know, you kind of remind me of something. What do you remind me of? J. Yeah, it kind of remind me of J. Let's take it. It's horn, right? Oh, that has kick, not foot. Tomorrow planning to nap in the midday free, not to nap in the midday free. Truly a hard decision. I see. Oh, you do look like a kun though. Actually, that's pretty good. Kun here. And kun is agree. Nibble. Kermit the Frog is in the basement of the infirmary being treated by a nurse and a doctor. His issue is that he keeps on nibbling on his foot. Okay. With his mouth, of course. The staff tied him down and puts a moon in his... Alright. Kermit is in the basement of the infirmary, looking to find a solution to a nibbling problem. He has a habit of nibbling on his foot with his mouth at night. Just what the move. Although Kermit is also helping, so maybe he's helping someone. Someone by restraining them from a nibbling problem. Okay. You go finish scheduling and get some rest. Good luck, good luck. Oh, looking forward to hearing what tomorrow brings. To live off one's parents. Wow. 很老 nibble old wow
肯
嗯
带
Die for idol. Oh, you don't look like a die. Oh, you kind of look like it. No, not really. It's kind of like a mix. Die and tie are kind of idol. Okay. Yeah. A bit of a mix. Dracula is in the bathroom of the high school where he is idly loafing about in the corner. He leans on his elbow and idly snacks on a heart, taking slow, idle bites with his mouth as he looks at the student that come in and out of the bathroom. I'll take it. I'm okay with that. I was gonna use machine, but alright. To slow down work. 代工. Interesting. Languid. 劝代 hired and idle. Okay.
带栓
Shun. To tie? I had a problem with you. What was it? It took me a really long time yesterday. It's this character on the side. Scepter and oh, it's plug. Oh, it is Shun. Oh, it's still Shun. Okay, that's fine. So both of these are Shun. I was thinking of this. I think. Pretty sure. Was it tree? Oh no, it was bamboo. It was actually bamboo. Oh no, it was tree. Okay. It was either tree or bamboo. Run. Man. Oh, 慢慢来. Yeah, 慢慢来 is the most recent remember. Also, 我不知道. That's fine. 慢慢来. 慢慢来. That's a good one. I don't even think HanziHero decided to use that. 慢慢来. Maybe more like慢一点. As opposed to 慢慢来. They both mean kind of like slow down or slowly do something. But 我不知道, that is a stock. 我不知道 is good. Very versatile. And usually that can expand to like 我不知道这是什么意思? As in like I don't know what the meaning of this is. Or 这些东西我不知道. I mean, it's not quite great, but it's a way to 我不知道 you can give a lot of reasons to point at things. Kind of like I like the idea 我不知道 because you can also say like you can point at things and just say 我不知道 like 这个东西我不知道是什么 right? And then 是什么 is probably going to be like really stock to like what. It's a great way. Like in Japanese, it would be very similar. Like これはあのはこれは何ですか? Like what is this, right? No, わからない like I don't know, or I don't understand, or 知らない I don't know. So a lot of those things are really helpful because in my opinion, whenever you can use them, you're going to use them often to allow someone else to give you information and like get used to
hearing extra things. So having enabler, like 慢一点说的话, right? 说的话慢一点, which is a way to say when you're speaking, can you speak a little slower? Like just a little bit. You know, 慢慢来说的话, as in like slowly let's talk the situation. So 慢 is really good, where you can get someone to slow down. It's quite nice. I still don't think 慢慢来 was one of the vocabulary words in HanziHero, even after 300 days. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I think having those phrases are such a great way to focus around. Like if you are trying to get a lot of information from someone, you can ask yourself, what are you going to say to get them to talk about stuff? Like 你现在做的什么? 你现在干什么? It's not quite like you don't have to worry about like formal and casual, but the idea is you're asking like, what are you doing right now, or what's happening? Those things help out. I actually usually start with questions for the most part. Most of the things I've committed to memory in terms of conversation is how to ask questions, and then how to respond in precise things like how, right? You just have to say how. Like, oh, 不好 不行 right? You're like 对不起 请你 something. 请你 is please, you please something. So you can find lots of things to stick like 请你慢慢来, like please slowly, just please slowly. Those are 不好 is like agreeing with him and letting him know I'm listening. 不好. Oh, really? I don't know which one that is. Oh. Interesting. Oh, you're not asking. Oh, okay. I said 不好 不好 is not okay. And then 好 is okay. So like 大丈夫です and whatnot. It's like, okay, that's fine. It's like, oh no, that's not okay. And it's not like a bad thing. It's just, oh, sorry, no thank you and stuff. So 不好. So 不 is the negation. So 好 is okay, and then 不好 is not okay. So you can throw 不even if it's improper. Like let's say you have improper, you're not worried about grammar, right? Which I don't, definitely is not the focus. When you add 不 to a lot of things, it can come off as awkward to the other person, but the thing is the meaning is still there. So a lot of times it's like if you have something like 吃, which is to eat, 不吃 means not eat. And what happens is like if someone points at you, it's like 你吃了吗? You could just say like 不吃. And it could be referring to a lot of things, but the thing is, what if you can hear what word they're saying, you could negate it by saying 不, as in, oh no thank you sort of situation. Like 你好 我不好. It's like I'm not okay. or just 好. So that's where like the 你好 came from, in my opinion. So 你好. 你好 is you okay? You okay? So 我好. So 我好. I okay. And then you can replace 你 with 不 to say like not okay. And that's like a really basic, in my opinion, that's really it goes a long way. Because when you're in a place and you don't know what to say, you can rely on nonverbal communication. So when you say like when you're like shaking your head, it's like 不好, 不好. Um, um, lots of communication is already good. Like if someone points at something, it's like 我不, you know, 不行. Like no thank you. Kind of neat. How are you learning Japanese, by the way, Madre? Not Japanese, Chinese. How are you going about? Are you learning Chinese at the moment? And how are you going about it? Sherlock is in front of the pawn shop where he is trying to tie a second-hand umbrella. Okay, so a second-hand scepter. Sure, he just bought it in the pawn shop because it is raining. He thinks tied up this way. He thinks tied up. He tied up this way. Wait, he thinks tied up this way? What is happening there? He thinks this way that he tied it up both will look more stylish, but all he managed to do is tie his own fingers together. Sherlock's not that close. You did one class? Oh, I see. Like a whole class? How long was that? A semester or something? Or a quarter? Let's see, I need to rewrite this. I kind of like the plug thing. Umbrella. Your second class is tomorrow. There's only one course of Mandarin in the country. Oh, okay. So you mean you're starting? Nice. Excellent. Well, I look forward to hearing what your class is like each day in and day out. I was illiterate from 2 years ago, so I can't read. Right? I wasn't able to read. However, my parents are Chinese. So when it comes to ear training and matching some of these characters to the things, it's kind of a review on things that I listen to a lot. The idea is like you still have to learn everything again and link up all the characters and ways to represent the sounds and meanings again, right? Because I didn't learn it this way. I didn't learn Mandarin by connecting English meaning. This isn't like the same. I'm sharing this because I don't want to give the idea that the processes might be the same. I am trying to learn how to explain Chinese things in English just as much as using my English to learn the Chinese characters. Largely because the sound is what I've heard first. So talking about eating, sleeping, and interacting with people is specifically only if I can hear it in my head. And in the last 2 years, I've been spending time trying to connect how to English this to the Chinese. And in a way, it's been helping me try to understand how to explain things to people to my immediate family that speaks various versions of Chinese, or various versions tied to Chinese. So we're talking about things like Cantonese and Fujianese as well. So it's been really fun learning for more than one purpose. I am not a person who believe that languages, like for me personally, believe that learning and finding ways to encourage people to learn and consistently remember things is by separating the languages. Largely because if you're not in a place where you get to use the languages habitually until you get to that place, like moving to China or something like that, usually you can encourage a person to use the language despite not having a native interaction. So for me, that's how I am more comfortable in saying things like that. Like when I was reading your pinging without the phrases, is because I'm comfortable in talking in multiple languages most of the time, as opposed to talking in very specific language or always thinking in a specific way. I think that's something that most people don't like to do because they're in a hurry to learn the target language, as opposed to learning the things that will stick with you for the long haul. So I permanently learn things slower. However, I don't go over the same things because I have forgotten it. And that's kind of my spiel here. Like if you learn 我不知道 and you can remember 我不知道，你可以用新的字 right 新的字 and for other reasons, right? You can, every time you learn a new character or a new word, you can find a way to use it to learn the next word and the following word, and then you branch out from there. So everything you learn is connected to your use case. And when you connect to your use case, the chances are you will remember them instead of having to learn them again in case they become disused. So for myself, I typically say, like, if you learn something, talk to someone else about it. Talk to a classmate, your friends, your family. Even if you're using English, if you're talking about something that you have learned, it is more likely remembered and permanent because it will be tied with your memory of whatever is happening. Most of the time, people who are rushing through things and trying to get as fluent as possible, they actually don't have enough time to do that part. In fact, that part is the boring part, the part that they don't like doing. And then oftentimes they become so well versed. Like I would ask someone, "Oh, 你的中文很好，是不是 or 对不对?" Right? And they would say like, "Yeah, so can you give me an example?" And they would sit there and like, "You're gonna have to give me an example of an example." And I'm like, isn't that your job to do that? Like I thought you were gonna give me examples because you're well practiced, right? They're usually not well practiced. They're very well learned. So what happens is they spend a lot of time cramming a lot of information, which is good because that helps you pass exams. It gets you like accreditation, so then you can finally move to a place to get that experience. I don't plan on moving to China, and I also don't plan on moving to Japan. So I use the things as I'm going most of the time. And if it involves using English to talk about it and encourage others, and then others will tell me how to use these things, then I'll remember those things. And that's kind of where we are now. For those who are in a hurry, it's understandable. So if you're gonna go to your class and you learn something and find something interesting, describing it to another person like myself will allow you to remember it. And then, you know, interacting with other people about remembering it is like what you're supposed to be normally wanting to do. Like I have no, like asking someone who's so well studied and they say like, "Oh, you know, I'm not very good at talking to people. I'm a little shy and I have social anxiety, or I have communication issues," even though they're learning a language. Like, so why didn't you use your language before? For myself, communication comes first. So if you're learning something, you should be excited to be talking to someone else and using that information. And this doesn't just go for learning a language. It goes for watching a YouTube video. If you like crocheting or underwater basket weaving, when you learn something and you share it with someone else, you're more likely to remember it immediately because you use the knowledge you had, and doing it after you learn it is fantastic if you have the time to do so. And that's kind of why I learn Chinese this way. Whenever someone's like, "Oh yeah, what did you learn yesterday?" Well, I learned this, and you learned that. Let's talk about it. It'll be very hard to forget it then. And Mika and I, the one that was talking earlier, we're kind of trying to figure out what is her approach to trying to make things memorable. She has no problems remembering it for the short term, but it's more like being consistent on how to remember it for the long term. And that's kind of the rough thing. When it comes to Chinese classes, if I had $1 for every time someone said they spent like 4 years learning Chinese and then they didn't use it or didn't find creative ways to use it, and then now they don't know any of it, probably maybe like $50, 50 USDs. I think I've heard like 50 times this year. It's very neat that you're taking a class. When you ask top-notch English, do you want to go to China sometime? I haven't visited China, despite my family is from China. I was US born and raised, so the closest connection I have are my parents. But maybe in the future, I do want to become literate. Before then, being illiterate is kind of a weird feeling. Sometimes, whenever we go out and we go to a Chinese place, maybe the menu would be like, oh, maybe like hakao xiu mai, that kind of thing. It's like, okay, go to a dim sum place, right? But that doesn't mean you're looking at the menu and you're like, I mean, it's translated in English, but still, I don't want to read it sometimes. You would love to visit, but you're more interested in Mandarin business-wise? Ah, yes, business potential. Mandarin is a business thing. Yeah. I met someone recently who... What were they saying? Oh, they kind of disagree with me in a way, but they were studying... I think it was French law. And they're going into like business law, so to speak, and they had an interest in Mandarin. I'm pretty sure that's what we were talking about, Mandarin. Yeah, it's a big market. Mandarin business is a big market. Oh, and for the record, I don't know if you are gonna start this or not. What I'm doing here is traditional Chinese. There's not that much, like, it's not that dramatically different. There are like 20 or so, 200 or so characters that are different. But I imagine when you're saying Mandarin business-wise, you'll probably in your class be more exposed to simplified Chinese. So some of the stuff might be, they look familiar, but not quite the same. And usually not really much to worry about. If you learn a bunch of simplified Chinese and you become proficient at it, looking at traditional is pretty much very quick. And then the other way around too, where mainland China uses traditional Chinese, and then anything outside of mainland China tend to use simplified. Mainland China uses simplified, and then anything outside is using traditional. So like Taiwan and on. You'll probably in your class cover that, or have already covered that, about the traditional and simplified. Sherlock is in... Okay. I'm excited to hear what you learn on your second day of class. How long does the class run for, Madre? You wrote Madre, so... ¿Hablas español? Hablo un poco español, but not nada más. Hour and a half once a week. Oh, a weekly class. Hour and a half. Dang, that's a long time for one day. Impressive. I'm supposed to work on my Spanish this year. I was supposed to work, but it kind of fell by the wayside because of time. All right. It is, but you kind of feel it's not enough. Yeah, I like what I mean is instead of spread out. You're not Spanish? Okay. Okay. Just checking, you know. Just checking. If what you call it, what I was thinking of is you're Bosnian. Interesting. Of course I know nothing. Like Bosnian, is that the one where you have Oh no, wait, no. No, I don't have any audio recognition of what the language is. Very exotic to me. Bosnian is very exotic. What I meant about the an hour and a half is instead of having 30 minutes on 3 separate days, or like 15 minutes on 3 separate days, it's one like jammed into 1 week, and that's really long for a singular day. Oh, I have no idea. The closest thing that I've seen for Bosnian is on YouTube. There's this like trivia channel where they like quiz people on flags, geography, and language. I probably saw an example like what you just typed that could be interpreted as Bosnian, and that's as close as I got. So I imagine then you speak that primarily, or is this I don't know, Bosnia is a country where they have a strong English proficiency. Oh, and then I mean that kind of looks Russian to me. So does that mean two? Both? How many languages are customarily in your area outside of like Chinese and stuff? Just like you're using those two at the moment on top of English. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know how to write. Well, now I kind of do, but I don't know how to write that well in Chinese, in traditional Chinese. And I don't communicate typing in traditional Chinese. I mean, you can kind of type often. It's the same one, just different alphabet. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Oh, you have two to accommodate. I see. That's kind of neat. I never thought of it this way, but yeah, man. Two alphabets would be interesting. You know, that would be kind of fun too. So here's what I kind of do, but I don't write it in any way. But lately, because I've been studying Mandarin, my parents sometimes ask me like, what does this English word mean, right? And oftentimes they would ask like, how you pronounce this person's name. And nowadays I would actually use characters to represent the sounds, which is it would be kind of fun to think of English as having more than one as well. Obviously pinyin would be like an example, but technically this is a romanization. But in terms of Chinese, there is an alternative way to represent some of these sounds outside of mainland China, but I haven't studied that, so we stick to pinyin. Having two different alphabets, very neat. You're scared of that? This stuff? Oh, you're fine. It'll be fun. I do have a grain of salt because tonality, this stuff like tonality and stuff, I was raised on tonality, so my English itself is also tonal. I preserved my tonality in Mandarin speech because I speak in tones in English. Like I hear tones in English. Right? So, right? English. So, English. English. As opposed to like English. 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 Like English. Right? English. So when I was growing up, you're flat with it? Yeah. That's fair. And I think that's a good place to start. Being able to like be flat and then change it up is good. Like if you have a consistency, that's a great place to start. It's oftentimes I feel when it comes to tonality, it's can be difficult for other people who already does this normally. And English is like this. English already moves up and down like this intuitively. Like, so every time that you're saying a sentence, you have ups and downs everywhere, which is not quite how you're gonna end up picking up tonality in Chinese. You can't do this loosely. And Japanese is also similar. In fact, I think Japanese is even more subtle. It's really robotic. Like, it's kind of like this more. But it's more like that, but with a little wiggle room. So it has far less wiggle room. And that's where most people will keep talking about pitch accents. Meanwhile, in Chinese, you're going to have a lot of intentional fluctuations, which is... Do you think Japanese is hard in Mandarin? Unfortunately, I can't... unfortunately, on an objective level, I can't really speak for that. On a subjective level, the Japanese will always be harder than Mandarin because I grew up around Mandarin. And what I mean by that is I grew up with speaking around and responding around Mandarin. For Japanese, both Japanese and Mandarin was part of my life since I was 5 years old. However, Mandarin was used around my life, while Japanese was more like passively watching anime and whatnot when I was 5. This is like this was 33 years ago. It's over 3 decades since I first heard Japanese and Mandarin, and it's been the same my entire life. So ultimately, Japanese will naturally be harder than Mandarin, being around my family. So if by thinking, I'm saying personally, due to my experience, Japanese will always be harder than Mandarin. For others, I'm not sure. It will be very difficult to point out whether it's difficult or not without understanding the person's background. I think like if Bosnian happened, like whatever language you're using in Bosnia, if it is a language that uses tonality, for example, it can create a learning curve. So I think oftentimes a language that is largely kind of flat is leaves a canvas to do tonality, right? But if a language is like English, where you're basically doing a lot of this and it has no rules per se, like not a lot of stringent rules, like not a lot of rules, then it's kind of like learning to reel it back in. You know, it's kind of like a biker who loves freestyle. And you get points for freestyle. And then suddenly you're like, it's not freestyle anymore. It's only speed biking. then all the things you can do, you shouldn't do. And that's kind of how I feel is the difficulty part of Mandarin. The tonality part is scary because oftentimes we're talking about English speakers, and English speakers are unrestricted. There's less function for stress unless you're a public speaker. Like if you're a public speaker, then you probably have slowed down your rate of speech, then speed up your rate of speech, and then you've gone pitch up, pitch down, right? Down, down, right? So you can go down, going up, right? Down, down, instead of only being able to go down. Because every time an English speaker says down, they're gonna go down. But in Chinese, to be able to lean into Chinese, you have to be able to change your tone based on the vocabulary, not based on the concept. In English, I feel like it's more people intuit when they go down and up. So if you're going up, you can also go up, 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 down, down. And in Chinese, it can get a little bit rough. Certain sounds usually go up, certain sounds usually go down in English. So when you're reading sentences, it might sound like you're always going up and down where it's not supposed to go up and down. Your language is flat. It's like Russian. Oh, okay. So you were thinking really hard on what to choose, Japanese, Chinese, or Arabic. I see. But the nice thing is, you have a blank canvas, in my opinion. So now you're gonna add, I don't know if it makes you feel uncomfortable. It's probably gonna feel uncomfortable at first. However, when you're flat, it means you're also really consistent. Actually, Japanese, one of the first things that people like to do for Japanese that they joke about, maybe it's actually a stereotype that is accurate to me. You have to flatten out first. So oftentimes, like the first year of Japanese, most of your speaking patterns start to flatten out, and it starts to have the same beat, same length, and flatten out. So it's the opposite of what English does. English, in my opinion, rarely likes being flat. If you are flat, it's going to sound really weird. Like syllable instead of syllable. You know, if you say syllable, it's like, well, what? Syllable. Like, it just sounds like everything's flat. It's syllable, you know, syllable. And elongation and beats. But in Japanese, it always feels like it's on cadence. So, like, wakata, wakata. It's a wakata, wakata. And so there's willy-nilly, like, length and stuff. But if you're already flat, it's a lot easier to be able to add bumps to them. So, like, ni hao, like, you know, ni hao. And then it's still really close. So, in my opinion, in Japanese, it's not. In Japanese, it's so subtle that you can sound really weird and very off. Because there's, like, for example, roll, like, lo, lo and lo. Lo and lo are two different things, and it could mean the world of difference. This one, Chinese, not so much. Chinese doesn't have these like long, short, so there's no motor concerns. And then as long as you can go up, down, dip, and flat, you're pretty much good to go. So I really do enjoy that part. So if you have a lot of control, a language, a person coming from a language that has less control but more like flow. It's a tough thing to restrict yourself. Japanese is more restricted to me, so Japanese is harder for me because when you're pronouncing, you're really restrictive. Like ohayo gozaimasu, right? Ohayo gozaimasu instead of ohayo gozaimasu, right? So that would be like a way to illustrate the tonality. It'll be like ohayo gozaimasu instead of ohayo gozaimasu, right? Ohayo gozaimasu. It's like really not as windy and stuff. Whichever one feels more appropriate for you. I don't know about Arabic. I have no idea what Arabic is like. Now that I think about it. You should start from tones, right? Yeah. Tones are really fixed. It's really, I think it's really wonderful. It's far less intimidating when you learn the tones because they don't change. Like in the words, it's one of those things I can illustrate in English. This is what tones sound like. So you have could, would, should, right? But then you're like, okay, that's fine. But why does would sound like would? And then why does would not sound like mood? What? So that's the English example. So there's no this. This doesn't happen. And this doesn't happen. It's once you learn the tones and how they sound, that's it. And then the rest you feel it out. Like you feel it out in a way that wouldn't interrupt your meaning. So that's something that I think English, like people who do speak English would kind of like. It's actually simplified. Now, the thing is though, then a lot of things sound the same. So then lots of things sound the same. They're like the same. So like you'll have a lot of schwan is a lot. She, so si, all of them like kind of is everywhere. In English, there's like, you know, this would is not the same as this. I don't know. Like, what is this? It's not wound, is wound. Instead of like, it's not wound as in like bound. It's more like boon. Right? Boon and boom. So that's kind of one of the things that I feel at least those who use English will find it. If you learn and invest in tonality, the tones are what separates that gives the dimension of extra words or extra sounds, and not the having to guess what it's supposed to sound like, you know, bad and sad versus like this isn't like, for example, this is sad, but this is sadist. Like, so it's not sad and saddest, it's sadist. When this is shuang, right? Shuang, and then you add another thing like may. If you remove this, it's still shuang. This is still shuang. Like shuang is shuang. Shuang will always be shuang. It's not gonna change based on the context of its opposing words, and then the characters will stay that way. The characters will stay that way at all times. So you're not guessing. You don't guess things. Most, like, pretty much most of the time you're never guessing. This is all going to be strong like 80+% of the time. There's only a few like much less exceptions where you have to remember 2 different sounds for the character, but they will always sound like that. They will always be legible and understandable that way. Arabic is really hard in your opinion, and you have been involved in it since young age, so that's why it's one of your options. Oh, okay. This is in my opinion one of the like a good thing that happens over time for Chinese, where when you start reading this, oh, I need an example. So like when you're looking at a sentence, like May, this is probably May. Or maybe not. Yeah, so May Bei, right? Like here's the pinging, right? May Bei. May will always be May. Bei, 双注的搞, right? So 搞的, all of these characters will stay and retain their things. So you might sound a little robotic at first because you're not leaning in on the stuff. Like I sound robotic there because I wasn't sure if this was May or not. As long as you execute on intentionally saying May, Bei, 双注, the is neutral, so it's just like the, and then 搞, it will always be that way. So once you learn how to say these words or say these characters, they plug in together. No need to say, oh yeah, but it sounds different when these 2 sounds are next to each other. It's a new word. It's not a new word. It's 2 characters put together. I'm not sure how Arabic forms their things. I know that Russian is like contextually with its characters, and English is too, where when you're combining characters, it doesn't guarantee to retain their sounds. So at first this doesn't seem phonetic, but then it becomes phonetic. When you learn enough characters, everything you read feels phonetic. So you can read sentences without even knowing what their sound what you learn to read sentences. If you're good with ear training, you can say sentences without even knowing what they mean. You can read sentences without knowing what it means because it's very, very regular what the letters, quote unquote, letters are. Very neat. It's a good feeling. All right. I think he's just gonna make a fancy... I don't think he should tie up his fingers. So Sherlock is in front of the pawn shop, having purchased a umbrella and a scepter. He had the brilliant idea of creating a classy cane by attaching an umbrella, by tying an umbrella to their scepter, to a scepter with his, I don't know, his dexterous hand. This is starting to sound like James Bond a little. Fine. Alright, dexterous fingers. Well, thank you. Today you will try to memorize the water and ice symbol difference and non-verbal verb and communication, as you said, repeated what I learned. Yeah. Awesome. I look forward to hearing what your classes are going to be like. Feel free. Anytime. We can talk about it. You can tell me what you learned. That would be kind of fun. Or like I would love to hear what your teacher in Bosnia, I imagine you're still in Bosnia, what your Chinese teacher, like the person teaching Chinese or is a Chinese teacher. I'm very curious what it's like from your region. I'm curious what your English is like, honestly. I didn't even ask how you learned English and how Bosnians maintain English. English is different around the world too. So feel free anytime. Thanks for the company. Thanks for the company. Appreciate your time. Chuangzhou. To tie up? Chuangzhou, really? To tie and dwell? Dang. Okay.
栓
what was it? Style.
鸠
Jiu. You look like a Jiu. Not really. The whole tight Jiu. She is Bosnian, but she studied Mandarin as a major on a university. Also, the China is the investor in the course, so it's free. Oh. Well, that's interesting. So that means it'll be even more hearing what you learn from a Bosnian woman who studied Mandarin. That's interesting. Like, I haven't ever heard or interact with a Bosnian woman who has experience with Mandarin. I think that's why language is so interesting. It really is different when the person's principal language and what their background is with the language that they are also teaching and also have learned. So that would be pretty cool to hear what her thoughts are. And for your English, you just watch a lot of cartoons as a kid? Dang, that's some good cartoons. Those are some good cartoons. Your English is really, your written English is fantastic. You even put periods when most people don't put periods. I really appreciate that. Very excellent English. And thank you for being able to use that English, obviously. I can't read your other language, unfortunately. There's only so much time in the world to learn a language, but it certainly makes life really interesting. Yeah, good luck, good luck. I'll see ya when I see ya. Holding tight. Chill. Yeah, take care. Take care, Madre. What's up with that fire? Actually, how many things with fire do I have with Jimmy Neutron? Yeah, Huo is the base. Fun. I think this might be the first deal. It probably is. It is. Okay. Alright. Jimmy Neutron is in front of the bakery where a large fire has broken out due to the bunch of stale croissants lighting on fire. He holds tight to his robotic dog and a finger is okay. Great. How about okay. So he's trying to save the grain stock. Okay. Alright. So Jimmy is in front of the bakery. Let's just say where an experiment has gone wrong. Has gone awry. They spell awry, that's array. Has gone wrong. He at the moment he is holding tightly with his fingers. To a priceless grain stock ingredient, baking ingredient, right? Baking ingredient. to save it from the experimental fire that he created, obviously, because it's Jimmy. To be worried. Okay, 揪心. Okay, 揪心.
揪
Hold on tight, like heart. Be worried. Interesting.
汉
Hun. Yeah, that looks like Hun, alright. Now with fire. We got Hun, drought plus fire. Okay, that's fine. Harry Potter is in the bathroom of the pawn shop where he's trying to weld some of the leaks in the rusty pipes shut. He takes out an old syringe. Oh boy. How did Hun work? It was also syringe and... Oh, dry. We use dry instead. Okay, let's use dry instead. So Harry Potter is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, being hired to repair some maybe like dry, like some sun damage from the dry environments. He took out a special syringe. We'll just add syringe as well. Some special formulated syringe to fill the heat damage to weld the heat damage. The pipe heat damage on the pipes. Something like that. Good enough. It looks like Han.
汉
Doesn't look like weld though. It's fine. What does this look like? 肯 with the foot nibbling?
汉
Uh-huh.
栓
Shren. You look like Shren. Don't look like Tai. Did we use machine? No, we didn't. It was... Bummer. It doesn't look like it doesn't look like a tie, but it does look like a die.
带
Right, he's munching on... Oh, I don't know how the elbow thing works though. He's munching on some hearts. I have no idea why he's munching on some hearts. We might have to redefine this. Idle. Oh no. He leans on his elbow and idle stand. We'll come back to this. Alright, we'll give it a shot. Skill is
揪
kind of okay. Hold tight. This one's not okay. Idle is kind of weak. Okay, so we did a bunch of digressing. I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break. Back. Alright, we gotta get booking. Guess I'll try to leave like 3 or 4 hours for Sona later. Alright, let's be a little bit more liberal today. What the... Uh-oh. What the swim fins and Slenderman? 保护 no 保护 means 是我们的亲人 no 亲人 Is it Swintons though? Did I use Swintons with it? Oh, maybe like... Oh no, that actually that's not even close. I just realized that I'm thinking of a different word there. What? Oh, this is no good. No bueno. Oh no. Oh, I got it.
民俗，
保护民俗是我们的责任。
民俗 is kind of like tradition or custom or like a proverb. Instinct, folk custom, yes. We're gonna say tradition is good enough. Alright. How tall? What? What? Oh, 稻草。
家人，
他们待我如家人。
What? Oh man, I'm having a rough beginning.
油井，
It's okay.
我是一名油井工人。
He'll pick up, right?
稻草，
他们用稻草做成一个人偶。
剩下，
我吃完了，只剩下一点点。
What? Oh, wait. Just kidding. Wait, what the fire? 伙食?
伙食，
孩子们喜欢小学的伙食。
Oh. What? Oh, hold up. Like eating together, like meal together? Just meal? I guess meal might work. Now that I think about it.
赤红，
秋天的叶子变得赤红。
Heck. Hmm.
每逢，
每逢他遇到问题， 都会向我求助。
自卫，
自卫还击，
自卫还击。How do you like? I don't know how to interpret it. Oh, that's fine. Actually, I might want to change way, huh? Because there's not much to defend. It's guard against, I think. Something like that. I really thought this was... Does that even make sense? Burn? Yeah, like... 焦点.
焦点，
What did I
放大
type
镜
the
的焦
first time?
点，
放大镜的焦点. Like a crucial point. It's like really important, crucial, yeah. Focal point is fine. Crucial is also another one.
母鸡，
那只母鸡下了100多个蛋，
That's a lot of eggs. 糖尿病.
糖尿病，
糖尿病患者不能吃太多糖。
That feels okay, right? What in the...
齐全，
货物品类齐全，
货物品苏齐全. Like prepared or completed? Okay. Yeah, whole and neat. Okay. What the... YOLO?
意，
I don't really know what that is. Oh, is it like car? Oh. Yeesh. Okay. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, meals is fine. Sure. Wait. 吹. Yeah, that's definitely 吹. Dude, I really think this is... Oh no, 吹钱. 吹眠 not 吹弦. 吹眠.
盈利，
这家公司去年盈利很高。
Ah, no. Sigh. Uh. Ugh.
避免，
我想避免吃糖。
我想避免吃糖。
翁，看，塞，
Excuse me. 厌倦。
厌倦，
我厌倦了你的抱怨。
厌倦了你的抱怨。Are you detest like tired of or to be tired of something?
进，分，
I'm gonna say. Oh no. I am.
鱼卵，
鱼卵是小鱼的卵。
节日，
节日过得很快乐。
羊肝。羊肝什么？羊肝。羊肝菊。
洋甘菊，
这是一杯热洋柑橘茶。
山谷，
这个山谷非常危险。
催眠，
这首歌催眠了我。
壁船。What the? Wait. Oh no, that's Lu. Not Chuan. Wow, that was really off.
裸，
That was really off. Oh no, I guessed and it didn't work. What is that? Okay.
蒸，壁炉，
这个房子没有壁炉。
Oh no. Big pump. But that's not, I don't think it's,
天，
oh, it is. Okay. Oops. What? Oh, wait. What? Must reevaluate. Oh no, wait. That's veins. My.
树林，
孩子们喜欢在树林中玩。
溪，剧，
I'm gonna go with. That seems okay, right? It's not okay.
Heng.
Dang it, Patrick. Oh. I really thought this had to do with flowers. Or is it like... parts of... That's kind of disappointing.
Liu. Deng. Qian.
Ta Ying Xuan儿学的孤单I remember what you are. I feel like it's
乡愁。
他因乡愁而觉得孤单。
it's kind of like worry or homesickness, yeah. Fine. It's what I think it is. But I don't remember how xiang worked. It's fine. It's what I think it is. Good enough for now. No. That's fine, right? That's not fine. I have no idea. Panic. Pick a nick. We need to pick a nick now.
眉毛。
他的眉毛很浓。
Okay, so what is the deal with this? All I got is part and flowers. Not great. I swear it's still like flowers. Yeah, it's the fragrant. Yeah, we're fine. I think I typed fragrant flower as the first thing. It's okay. It's good enough. Oh yeah, veins, mine.
动脉。
心脏向动脉供应血液。
脸。
So what happened here with the wedge and the...
容纳。
这个房间可以容纳50人。
Oh, this one.
购物。
我还要买一个购物袋。
Or shopping. Purchase this one. Purchase things. That kind of thing. What the weapon? What is that? I think it's 鬼票. Oh no. Wait. Yeah, missile and or what? What is that? 我买了一些 It's kind of like or like a scratch ticket or something, eh? Or is it bonds? Oh no.
山脊
山脊的风景非常壮观。
干
Pretty sure that's Chang or Chang. No, Chang. Hi.
常态
一反常态，
It's like regular, usual attitude. Yeah. Normalcy is actually pretty. I was gonna say like regular attitude, which is kind of. Hold. What is that? I don't know where the towel comes from. Oh, wait. No. Wait. No. YOLO this. I think that's a lost cause. That one's definitely looking to be a lost cause.
"捡柴
老人捡柴回家取暖。
Whoops. 3. Yo one. Dang it. All I can think about is water. Or maybe like a seat. I have a bucket, a towel, and a shack. Disappointing.
鱼蛙
Okay.
密码
这个密码太简单了。
寻
Pretty sure this is yo. Yo. Whoa. Oh, no, wait, that's G. Yo, G. What? Wait. Hold up. Oh, that's Japanese.
白旗、
白旗代表投降。
赌场、
澳门有很多赌场。
股票、
我买了一些股票。
I swear it's something like... I swear it's something like a colorful lottery ticket or something. Oh, stocks. Okay, that's fair enough. I think we're okay. I'm okay with that. Yo. It doesn't make any... It actually doesn't make any sense with 股票, like how the 股 and the 票 come together. It's thigh ticket for stocks. Embrace the madness. I think it's 邮寄. How do you get bureau? That's supposed to be what, post office? Or yeah, a post thing? Huh. Oh yeah.
或约、
或曰：幸福不在于金钱。
铁定、
铁定的事实。
丧生、
战争造成无数无辜人丧生。
It's to lose one's life, a war casualty. It's okay. What the?
忘记、
你忘记答案了吗？
暮、年、
Yo is definitely correct. What the? I thought it was. It's not Guan. I don't think it's Guan. I think it's Ji. Oh, I messed up. Wait. How does that work? It's okay. I'm okay with that.
捐、
Asa, what the, what is that nonsense? I'll die.
朝代、
汉朝是中国历史上最重要的朝代之一。
Actually, it's the sentence that helped me out. Yay.
接、 海运、
我们使用海运运送货物。
sea transportation,
邮局、
邮局在这附近吗？
yeah, that's fine. What? What?
运、礼拜、
我整个礼拜都不会在家。
堵车、
上班时常常遇到堵车。
累、是、低温、
今天晚上会有低温。
大陆、
你去过中国大陆吗？
Heck! Wait, what's going on there? I still don't know what you are. I keep thinking of Yort. That's not the hunt. That's the Wanikani way. I like a seat. At least I thought it was like a seat. Or is it supposed to be water? Sheen is that, right? No idea what. I don't think the bucket and the towel is a thing. Or the towel and the shack. Nope. Uh-oh.
怨气、
他对
Okay.
老板满腹怨气。
Alright.
相似、
这两部电影很相似。 船什么？船 act 船容病 heck
肺、
lungs is bad. What? Oh, that's lung.
爱护、
我们应该爱护我们之间的友谊。
What the? Oh, that's pie. That's special, right? Yeah.
传染病，
传染病可以通过空气传播。
Like it's an infectious disease. Okay.
验，
What? Tree. How's that not more?
钻，
What? Oh, that's a sorry typo.
推卸，
我们不能推卸工作上的任务。
It's like carry. Oh no. I'm thinking of something. It's fine. I was thinking of something else entirely. There it is. Yeah. Tree and I thought it was it's not that. I really thought it was more. Okay, May is not that, but I thought I could be confusing it. Oops. Typo. So confused. That word.
一辈子，
他一辈子都没有去过海边。
忙，
Yeah, this is foam. This is foam. Oh no. It's not. Oh, okay. That's fine. I'll give it a pass. That's a pass.
凳子，
我坐在凳子上，
I'm using end, not dead blossom, like not dead tree. I'm using end now. That's an adjustment. That's okay.
怀， 望， 只在，
这场活动旨在宣传环保意识。
抹，
White gloves. White glove. White gloves.
缺
White
憾，
gloves.
这是我们共同的缺憾。
White glove.
罚款，
违规停车要罚款。
What? Oh. Typo. Excuse me? Oh, typo. I still have no idea what this is. Are we giving up? Like, there's no tether whatsoever to this? I have no tether. No tether whatsoever.
席
I have no idea why that's C. Maybe it's seat. Oh, it's a mat. Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay. I use Japanese there. Okay. I think I need something. We need to redefine this. Yeah, she was sitting on a towel mat. She sits in a small shack that covers her and additionally has a bucket placed over her head. Yeah, the bucket thing. Not doing it. Maybe a placemat on the bucket?
机械
这家工厂制造各种机械，
尊严
尊严是每个人的基本权利。
基本权利尊严 like strict decorum, dignity. I think prestige. It's around the area. Gotta fill it out. Not completing things.
血栓
滔滔不绝
滔滔不绝
他滔滔不绝地分享自己的经验。
What? Oh. Twin. Oh, there. Hello. Meep. Hello, hello.
高档
这家店卖高档家具，
这家店嘛，高档家具。Oh, just kept bugging. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. What is the wood? Furniture, like high class? High tech, high end? Okay. Tall files, that's not good. Tall files, not good. What? Oh.
盾牌
骑士有一面白色的盾牌。
What? Oh, 抱歉. Heck. 抱歉. Had some dinner, tried sushi for the first time. That was an interesting experience. What did you eat? Did you eat something with avocado and crab meat in it? Did you eat some spicy tuna? And it's usually like spicy tuna, spicy salmon, maybe some California rolls, which deals with the avocado and the imitation crab. Maybe something exotic with some sauce on it, like a, I don't know, TNT roll or something. You had a California roll? Okay. Not too bad. Imitation crab, avocados, and typically like some sort of cucumber, maybe. Wrapped in nori and then packed around with rice. Topped with sesame, maybe possible sesame. Interesting. Your first sushi experience. How was it? What was it like? Usually the first comment people talk about is it's not filling enough. Oh no, man, 抱歉. Why can't I spell properly?
自焚，
这是一个令人震惊的自焚事件。
笑，
What the 笑? Oh, it's like imagery or resemble or something. Oh my god, resemble. Not good. Not good. No.
条凳，
这张条凳很舒服。
惨白，
惨白，
惨白。
他吓得脸色惨白。
What prompted the first experience with sushi?
蠢，作废，
如果不签字，文件会作废。
装，
What in what the tarnation?
清晰，
这张照片的细节非常清晰。
清晰。Oh.
横扫，
台风横扫了城市。
Sushi was interesting. You don't know if it's meant to have cream cheese, but the oh yeah, that's right. There's a cream cheese component into it too, if they use that. The cream cheese was very strong, almost bitter. Your partner likes sushi, but I've been making an effort to try new things. Ah, okay. Yeah, they do replace cream cheese as well. Cream cheese is also optional. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, cream cheese. Your palate is very sensitive. The cream cheese was very strong, almost bitter cream cheese. I hope your stomach's okay. Bitter cream cheese sounds a little suspicious. Hopefully your stomach's okay. Not every day you describe cream cheese as bitter. It's got a lot of funk, I suppose. A funky cream cheese.
抱歉，
这是我的错，抱歉。
I forgot to ask earlier, probably spelling it wrong. You were talking about getting Boot Pro. Yeah, what's that? Your stomach is good, but you were worried about getting a stomach ache, but seems okay so far. Okay. Boot Pro is Bunpo. Bunpo is the Japanese word for grammar. It's a grammar source. It's an SRS grammar source for Japanese. We're gonna do it to see what all the kids are raving about. It'll be a natural complement to Onikani, so not too much I don't. What am I looking at? What am I adding flowers to? Am I using add here? Probably. Add flowers. Yeah, this needs help. I don't know what I'm adding flowers to. Oh, interesting. You bought the year's sub for Link U today and was okay on Black Friday deal for the 1 year. They have some sort of premium plus with a bunch of AI features, but you couldn't justify 230 bucks. Okay, I see. That's a pretty hot price. I don't understand this. All I am seeing is add flowers. Add flowers to what? Something makes me want to also type this. Which that obviously no. Oh, that's
是 桑
What? The finger with the oh no. Or da.
拨打
你拨打错了号码。
匆忙
他匆忙地收拾行李。
It's just really hurry. Hasty. It's fine. That's not good. Where in the world is that ears coming from? And yet I kinda yeah.
也
Coconut is gonna be a struggle. This is kind of a struggle. What? Oh, U and O backwards. At least $230 is better than the story learning price, but you guess you are getting story learning forever, and I think Link Q has a lifetime for the regular premium around $230 as well. Interesting. Hopefully, it'll be encouraging. Seems funny to you that the lifetime premium is the same price as 1 year premium plus. Wait. So oh, I see what you mean. Merman and oh, is this what I was thinking of? Oh, I was thinking of it earlier. What the bear stir? An. Okay.
拳击、
拳击是一种古老的运动。
牵扯、
请不要把无辜的人牵扯进来。
引、
Oh no. Okay, loaded. Okay. Welcome back, Bree. On the other side of the world. The digital world. Heck. What in the world is that? Oh, I'm gonna take a jab at this. Ah! I don't know what that is at the moment. What is At least on YouTube you can see super tiny pictures of your cat sticking her tongue out while she's sleeping. True.
数、横、眨眼、
小孩在眨眼时笑了。
Yeah, there's no chance. This is not going in. Yeah? Oh, my eggplant. No, this needs help. There's I had nothing for eggplant. You know what? We might as well throw coconut in there too. Eggplant and coconut, yo. Yeah, we gotta think about these fruits or else they're gonna get out of control.
力、 冒昧、
他冒昧地提出了意见。
It's like taking liberties. That's fine. Good enough. What? Wait, am I getting this mixed up with something else? Yes. Oh, I am. Okay. I can't spell. Oh my gosh, just end me. We should just stick to presumptuous. I assume you were chatty Makuta as per usual. I figured you already be done with. Oh yeah, we were chatty today. We need to get. Yeah, we are pretty late. Tomorrow is a low volume day, but I still kind of want to stay on top of things. I want to actually see the sun when I'm running.
嗓、
Oh, what?
皱、
And here contribute. No, that's perfectly fine. 哎呀，
哎呀、
哎呀，你怎么这么不小心？
Yeah, man.
茄
Che. Oh my gosh, Che. Man.
一眨眼，
时间一眨眼就过去了。
What? Oh no. I actually. Oh no, wait. I might have encoded this incorrectly yesterday. Because if this is elegant. Oh no, it's not. Just kidding. I'm confusing it with something else. I don't know what it is yet. I'll find out.
巫婆，
巫婆正在施法，
What? Oh, Meitan. Dang it.
木炭，
她用木炭画画，
What the foreman in the mouth? And heart. What is that? What am I looking at? What is this? I thought this structure was only preserved for. Oh no, wait. No, I what?
煤炭，
煤炭是重要的能源。
饼，啄，胚，镐，
What? Wait. Wait, what? Holy moly, that's not great. What is the other gall? Okay.
侃侃而谈，
这位专家侃侃而谈，解释清楚。
不可什么？不可。不可。That's supposed to be mine. I'm just gonna go for. I don't know. Oh, that other one was hair. Where is it? I have no idea what this. And this is recent, so we have to commit this to rote memory. This is an encoding problem. Doesn't happen too often. Boris? Oh yeah, this sucks. This really sucks.
然
Greedy or greedily. That sucks. Oh, and then this was what I was thinking.
冰
Choruses are kind of sucky. And did I lose that one? It's not. No, that. Pay tribute. Other tribute. May. Oh, enumerate. Oh, did I put my? Oh, heck. My is Japanese. Kind of try to fix May. Let's look at May. Not sure. This is not the first time. I don't know what I. Yeah, the small items doesn't work. Doesn't kind of scream. It doesn't scream Mario at all. Oh wait. But I think I added Princess Peach to the thing. If I didn't, I can add Princess Peach to the
巫
idea.
师
And what happened here? I really thought it was like no. Oh no, this is Shu.
树
Ugh, I don't know how much I like about that. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know how much I like about that either. That seems like a lost cause. Heck! I went with my gut. My gut failed me. What the grain? I just went with it. My heart failed me. Ah, typo.
影 照
How do you... Oh, cause? That's bad. Not good.
憨
What was this? Heartily? What the stairs? From the stairs.
山
Oh, I know why I skipped fan the fire, because it's literally fan the fire in character. I explain why.
Dao
That's rough. Oh, this one's even tougher.
气
Oh, this one's pretty tough too.
这
It's just okay. All right. Where did I lose the stairs? Oh, right. What? Wait. Oh, that's a wrong tone. Wrong tone. Okay.
不可枚举
他的贡献不可枚举。
That's gonna be a problem. Meiji in general is a problem. This is 乃至
乃至
这个问题影响了公司乃至整个行业。
It is like to be in this phrase is so May is butt and coconut butts, coconuts, and eggplants. Okay, let's get to this. Got some fun little activity to do today. It's been a while. November has been kind of rough with all the extracurricular things. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Your partner loves spicy, but this poor guy, there was a clump of wasabi hidden within the side of what's supposed to be a spinach salad of sorts. Ah, yeah. Spinach salad, like seaweed salad? His poor face turned a shade of red that you didn't even think was possible. Yeah, wasabi. There's this fun game that I like, that I enjoy, that people like play online on, or like record on social media. It happened in one of the documentaries with James May, where you put a bunch of wasabi in sashimi. So sashimi is those like big pieces on top of bed of rice, and one, like, you get like you order like 20 sashimi, and one of them is gonna have a big wad of wasabi. I mean, you could use other things, but you know, it's one of the things where you pick and you take turns until someone hits the wrong thing. I kind of like that idea. Kind of cute, and at the same time sounds delightfully funny. I do enjoy my horseradish. Like the specific one that we're talking about is horseradish. A neon green horseradish. Fire. Grain stock. We have teal. Dye. Han. Seaweed and spinach mixed. Oh, interesting. They put spinach in it. Huh. That's definitely a different take. Intriguing. I wonder what that tastes like. Haven't had seaweed and spinach put together. Yeah, there's usually a seaweed salad is like largely, it's slightly sweet and savory to kind of contrast and balance it. And then oftentimes you get, probably would have been good without the wasabi. Yeah, that's fair. And then a side of miso, miso soup, right? Miso soup, seaweed salad, and then sushi is like your balanced meal. And then maybe like a sneak in a mochi ice cream or something. Oh, my stomach just grumbled. Feel sad. Sushi. Chu. Uh. Yeah. When. Fun. Okay, okie doke. Next one. Trey Hui. Nahan. Meng Ya. Cho 什么？秋地哦。What the brush and snowflake? I got this and then I lost it. It's a rest, but what was the arrest part? Oh, guy. Boo.火焰。训税。保什么？保佑。会务。Okay, so we got the Gymster, Jimmy in front of the bakery, holding tight on to some priceless grain stock in his fingers because he basically set everything else on fire due to a poor baking experiment outside. Alright, now we have Dracula in the bathroom of the high school, being all sneaky beaky. Sneaky Beaky idling in the stalls, hunched over on his elbows while munching on some hearts, unbeknownst to the high school kids. And we have Harry Potter in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Why are you there, Harry? Because he is fixing some some damage, sun damage that caused some fire damage to pipes, right? He's welding it together with some secret sauce syringe stuff that he's been working on. Or is this supposed to be Jimmy? No. Harry Potter. It's absolutely crazy to me that it's almost 2026. Have you thought about what your plans are? Yeah, we already did. I know we talked about it a little bit, but it's just scary if we decide anything specific. Well, Boom Pro has to happen. And then there's we're doing a Persona Legacy thing. February, the beginning of the year is pretty much locked out. The first half of the year is locked out, right? Wanikani and HanziHero is going to take all the way till June, ideally. And then Boon Pro will be overlapping with that. Meanwhile, the month of February is Like a Dragon. March, April, and March, April, and May are Persona months, barring like no crazy video game stuff. And then there will be video live service, all that stuff in between while it's happening. And eventually past the halfway point of 2026 is start really strongly considering LLMs. LLMs were supposed to happen in half of year this year. Didn't end up happening. So then we get into like June and July, which could introduce other things at the moment. And then October rolls around again. Then it's Inktober again. And then not too much after that though. So we're gonna try to squeeze in Spanish or French or something like that in there somewhere. But the beginning of the year is pretty much set. Largely because Like a Dragon games come out every February, apparently now. It was true this year. It was true last year. I'm gonna throw it out the window and learn French. Listen. We might just have to decide how to do that sometime. Professor X is in front of the house where one of his mutant students, right? One of his mutant students is trying to play the trombone, develop his skills, but he keeps gasping through his mouth, so Professor Xavier goes up to help the little kiddo. Even mutants need to unwind with some musical skill building. Alright, we have Yoshi, who's in the basement of the electricity plant, being serviced as an animal, right? A dino. He's busy carrying and lugging ice around for the smelting of machine parts for the generator upstairs. And we have Koopa, who's in the basement of the infirmary. Sneaky Beaky. Happen upon a wooden... Oh, I use box. That's not great. Maybe it's fine. Oh no, wooden bundle of medical equipment. So he swiped it with his tiny little stubby fingers and stashed it in his shell to tell Bowser later. Okay, and we have Kermit the Frog. Okay, Kermit is in the basement of the infirmary trying to help out the nurse and the doctors with the patient that has a... He's like he's restraining the patient's mouth at night because this patient has a habit of nibbling on his feet. All right. Then we have Sherlock exiting out of the pawn shop. Thought it was a bright idea to combine an umbrella with a scepter and tie them together with his dexterous fingers to create a very useful, I don't know, swanky tool. Alright, we have Che. All I had was flower and add. And it wasn't add beforehand. We didn't use add yet. So we used a muscular person. Maybe I will continue to use that. I did remember it, but I couldn't attach the muscular person to flowers. Okay, and then Coconut. Coconut needs help, even though we're still hanging on. Coconut is hanging on by a thread. What was it? Like tree, ears, and coconut? Dang it. Was it moon? I feel like it was moon. No, it's not moon. Doesn't look right. It was covering his ears or something. Yeah. See, very weak. Was it? Oh, a mound. Yeah, coconut's really barely hanging on with a thread. And my need this to be somehow stronger than, or may for small objects. Gotta reinforce it to be distinctly comparable to the Japanese mai. Alright, let's work on these. Okay. So chair. Let's go eggplant. It's the only chair I have so far. Chair. Okay, Kirby is inside the electricity plant getting hungry. He approaches, muscular electrician carrying some sort of flowers. Suck the eggplants right out of his hands. Yep. Eggplants don't typically come up. That's the problem. So we might have to keep them. Let's combine both. So it's working electricity plant. Obviously, Kirby is once again hungry. Notice a guy with some muscular arms, electrician, right? Notice a technician with some muscular arms. We're gonna use all four muscular arms, and muscular arms taking a break for lunch. There was some sort of flower vegetable he was trying to consume, but Kirby, being hungry, long distance, this kind of sounds a little suspicious. Long distance sucked the eggplant, what turned out to be eggplant, right into his mouth. Not sorry, just Kirby things. All right, and then now this is even weirder, the coconut thing. How about we do like a wooden... The ear part is the tough one, right? Alright, so Yoshi is inside the electricity plant, same as Kirby. Meanwhile, while Kirby is sucking the eggplant, oh my gosh, that's so sus. Meanwhile, while Kirby is sucking eggplants out of a very muscular arm electrician, Yoshi, on the other hand, is inside the electricity plant, chilling, chilling. Oh man, the ear part. Trying to yes. Maybe actively working on dragging hills or piles, right? Hills of coconut tree wood over to the generator to burn for fuel. He happened to use his tongue to consume some scrumptious, can't spell scrumptious, how do you spell scrumptious? Scrumptious coconuts as well. Okay. Alright. The lollygagging. I have a mental image in my head, like the scene that I would paint of Kirby in the background, like just yoinking an electrician, and then that electrician goes and follow the floating eggplant that's heading towards Kirby's mouth. Meanwhile, Yoshi's in the front, in the foreground, like trying to pull along some wood from a coconut tree, but meanwhile he's just sitting there consuming coconuts or something. It's kind of a cute scene in my head anyway. Alright, so my May needs work. Oh, I didn't add anything. Okay, so we're just making everything about Princess Peach now. Mario is inside the beach house, organizing and cooperating with his foreman pals, collecting small wooden objects, maybe collecting tree wood and small objects. Tree wood to make small wooden trinkets in order to impress Princess Peach. I think this is fine as long as I don't use it too much with Link to impress Zelda, because I don't think that's usually, like, they kind of have very similar things at the moment, and so does Legolas, or like an elvish empress. So some of these things are kind of starting to overlap a little. There's nothing really distinctively Mario about it. Maybe like yeah, we're kind of thinking more like Mario Sunshine at this point. I haven't played any of these games, I'm just inferring. Alright folks, we're good. Did a ton of yapping, right? We had what, 5.5, it's like over 6 hours, 6 hours and 15 minutes of HanziHero today. Anyways, that's the end of our HanziHero session today. If you're gonna watch this later, xie. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a try, let me know what you think. That's You're more than welcome to yap, share, discuss, brainstorm, right? Today we had multiple conversations. Mika was asking, the pros and cons of HanziHero. And one of the things is HanziHero's trial period does not have a time limit. It's based on when you reach a character limit. I think it was like 89 or something. It's close to 100. And the pros and cons about commitment, right? Commitment versus not commitment. Offer some of my personal takes on things. I typically focus on and the difference between investment and need, right? Bree brought up the fire sale that is corporate United States during this time of day. I haven't looked at a lot of deals actually in some time. I'm in the market for some. So I made a comment about, what is it? The echo chamber, right? Echo chambers, the high noise, but also unintended consequences of expensive services. And those services typically are marked up based on, largely, in my opinion, fear-mongering, right? FOMO, that type of thing. So take careful about understanding how to exercise your critical thinking skills and decision making. Services nowadays, unintentionally, maybe intentionally, takes advantage of the inundation, the lack of nuance between discerning features between a plethora of services. So it's very difficult to standardize and estimate what is a value these days, especially for services that are otherwise kind of nebulous in nature, and a lot of them. So hopefully we can cover that, and I'll get an opportunity to cover that in the future, maybe in a little bit more detail. I am looking for a new service by the end of the year. It's already pre-planned what those services are going to be. I also had the pleasure of meeting Madre, which apparently is a Bosnian who is taking a course on Chinese in future, looking for business practices with Mandarin. Wow, being educated in a class by Bosnian women who have studied Mandarin. That is very interesting. And that kind of makes up for most of the stuff. On top of that, we were talking about how conceptually, focusing on learning versus focusing on objectives, right? Services tend to nowadays on the internet offer you objectives. When you're buying something, your objective is to get to the thing that you bought in order to realize the value of your purchase. It's highly different from, I was trying to draw some comparisons. Most of the time when I'm interested in a service, I'm looking to take advantage of that service immediately to realize the value that I'm willing to invest. In no way do I heavily weigh on what is promised to me when it comes to services. Investment is an idea that you realize the value and hope to exceed the value in which you invest in. So usually when I buy a service or something like that, or buy into a service, I'm expecting to use it immediately and also use it to produce something else, because they're providing me a service of which I need or want, and using that service to build something else. Oftentimes, if you're interested in the other aspect, like buying an objective thing, that's usually something that is of a material good or something. Those things predicate on the idea that the higher the value, the more expensive the product is. Services are a whole different wild west now. Services may vary in quality, it may vary in emotional, bait and switches. There's a lot of perception disconnects between the value of a service. So for me, most of that in the slew of services are largely from an investment point of view. not a need or demand or supply, like a desire point of view. I don't desire any services most of the time. I think I'm capable of doing all of those manually. Services provide a convenience a lot of times, and it really does give people pause when you sit down and ask yourself, what are those services that you purchase are doing for you, and is that convenience a skill that will be transferable or non-transferable, or how often will it occur? And for myself, when it comes to needing services for learning, my entire intent is to learn what they are doing for learning. I don't have to teach myself to be successful at learning complicated things. If I were to do that, and my entire goal was to do that, I would probably use none of those services. Like, I wouldn't use Wanikani or HanziHero if my goal was to learn based on what I've already learned, like how to learn, right? So it would come down to the raw volume and the content, which is what people focus on, despite not having the capacity to have a solid learning strategy in the first place. And what underlies most of these fundamentals is the ability to be consistent, which is the main topic we talked about today. The lack of consistency. The lack of consistency can be attributed to many factors, and the factors that I tried to highlight today was in that pros and cons list. Diligence, sentimentalism, delayed gratification, problem solving, right? Realizing values, the distribution of values over time. Many of those is some combination of like the 13 things that I rattled off based on the cons of them. That is probably something that is worth going back over in detail. When you buy a service, you're buying convenience, because otherwise you would have to do it. So oftentimes time comes into play. The concept of time per dollar at the convenience of the service is what the investment and value proposition is. So if I'm paying for something, I must seek to actualize that value. When it comes to the typical purchasing decision, that, in my opinion, what I see in people, when they say, this is $230, will I get the $230? Not when and how long it will take me to get the $230 value. That is where I feel like it's no longer an idea of investment or investing forward. It's the idea of a raw purchase. So if you don't get the goal, then the product sucks. Like, it works both ways. It's a double edge, right? For those who think about products served, like buying a $70 video game. It has to be worth $70. What does that actually mean? When someone is focused on the goal, it's a lot, in my opinion, easier for business to offer them the goal. Whether they realize the value or not is not their problem. So this is where I feel service has been marketed in the same way, where while there's no product typically attached to it until you actually use it. So when you're buying $250 worth of, I don't know, Netflix subscriptions, there isn't $250 immediately. There's $250 of potential value that you can utilize. So you're not buying on a promise anymore. You're buying on a promise. You're not buying on a realized one-to-one transaction. Right? Like, you go to the store, you buy eggs, you get that amount of cost for the literal eggs that you have. And what you make of the eggs transforms it into a higher value if possible. That is how I typically think about services. When I buy a service, what can I do with it? so that I can immediately use it for its value and also transform it into a different value. Services tend to flow that way for me. What can I do with it? What can I create with it? If I can do that, I gain value immediately and focus on value propositions than trying to realize the value that was promised to me, because that is not guaranteed. You buy one subscription of Duolingo, it is not guaranteed that you will get that one year's worth of value in Duolingo. It's the commitment to use it to realize that value that is the strongest part of gaining your value back. And right now, I'm in a kind of a dialogue with someone who they want a zero commitment approach to a lifelong solution to many things. That is a situation in which someone wants to not bake the cake and have the cake baked for them while also eating it and never have to bake the cake. Like, you can have the cake and you don't ever need to make another cake while eating it, and the cake self-regenerates itself. So that's kind of a situation that's a really tough one. That is losing sight of all the commitments that you can make without having any of the benefits or realizing any of the benefits of the commitment. So what does that remind me of? It reminds me of the trap that I'm talking about right now with services. When you buy something for $200, for example, like pretty recently purchased LinkQ, if you're not going to go immediately use it and recognize the value of it, then later down the road, if you're not comfortable with that idea of using something and then looking back upon regret, that is the situation you get settled in, where you buy something expecting a value, but because it's assumed that when you buy something, you're also committed to using it, that gives you that higher chance of getting the value back. If you're lacking, you didn't buy the 231, you bought the 101. Okay. Well, see, Mika is struggling with the idea that there's no commitments involved. So they want to seek a lot of things that have no commitments. The pros and cons is without commitment, you have to come up with a commitment. So one of the habitual things is that's kind of how the internet works in one way, and then the internet works in a different way. One is the internet convinces you to create a monetary financial commitment, and that could drive you to produce the results that product demands of you. So in a way, it's difficult to know if it was the financial commitment that led to the success of that product, because no one really knows the actual values of these things anymore, these services. So that's good for business. That's what they prey on. They prey on convincing you that the commitment that you're buying and the promises that they make will drive you to realize those values. That's one side of the equation, right? There's still a lot, but this is one dominant one. And the other side is zero commitments up front. So you can't blame them for subpar products or ineffective things, and using that as a way to hook them into a commitment based on habit that is unrewarding, grindy, and burnout over time, leading to a excessive amount of regret. That regret then leads to the habitual impulse buying of products that are far more expensive and has to recognize with a commitment. So now we have that storm where someone wants the no commitment of like free to play services or free to use services without the ads and all that stuff, without any form of convincing to commitment. And because of the lack of commitment, one is also not consistent enough to realize any value in buying high premiums. So like if you're buying, now you're like stuck between a rock and a hard place. And I'm kind of trying to figure out ways to navigate that. How can you get someone who either accepts that they buy something and do everything possible to recognize its value because it's so hard to determine what the value is in the future. Right? Buying a subscription is determining your future. But in order to be predictable about your future, to get the value, you need to have the commitment for the consistency to do so. When you enter a contract with no commitment, you can be as lackadaisical as possible and get no results. And that's what we're trying right now, where it's very upfront to use zero down, zero money platforms, while at the same time someone who lacks obligation and lacks deadlines and forcefulness, or constantly excuse themselves from obligation, low barriers, no commitments, no obligations or financial risk on your end, produces a environment in which you don't practice those skills either. Like, oh, you know, this game was free, or I'm language learning as a hobby, and the hobby and the passion itself is not sufficient to promote obligation or commitments. So it's not a hobby. It's more like a drifting and vibing without purpose. And that's kind of a tough ask. So the goal in that sense is to encourage the person to find that purpose, find that hobby and that passion. And that involves encouraging them to develop at least some sort of consistent habit to enable them to determine if something is worth it or not. Without any barometer, it's like you can be convinced to buy anything. And without any barometer, you can participate in anything and never find it worthwhile. Like, that's kind of that phrase that people use, like, is it worth it? Like, what's it worth it to you? Most things that you are committed to will end up being worth it. The downside is, in order to start doing that, you actually have to do that. Things go up in value when you commit to them and like invest in your time, right? It's so difficult to it's a concept that is felt with experience. It's not necessarily a concept that is very transferable through words. You can see people, you can see the happiness. Like when you watch a person do an artwork and they spent 7 years of their lives painting a singular mural on a wall, you can see it and kind of vicariously feel it, but it's not transformative when a person does not have that experience themselves. So it's very difficult to tell someone like, hey, you know, it's boring right now. You're doing it every single day, but keep track of it. Write down the stuff. One day when you look back, that commitment becomes an indescribable feeling of pride and arrogance and all of the good and bad stuff that makes having commitment the opposing balance to instant gratification, lack of commitment, and easy come premium purchases with no realized value. Like, I can't tell you how often I come and someone say, oh, you know, I bought like $300 worth of this stuff. Yeah, eventually, I mean, I feel happy. I have it. I'm like, okay, are you going to do anything with it? Are you going to commit to something so that it is a breathable part of you? No, it's buying things. And that's one of the dangers of materialism. Like, I have knickknacks on my shelf, but these knickknacks represent something beyond their actual material goods, right? Like spending $30 on a thing will get you that instant gratification. Committing to using something that is $30 and transforming it into something else is priceless. There's no upper limit to the value of human commitment. And it's been very tough. It's kind of tough going lately. That reminds you of the streamer you mod for. He basically had a complete meltdown yesterday on stream. Oh, I'm sorry to hear it. It was rather sad, actually. He's so hard on himself, but at the same time, he treats it as a hobby and wonder why doing it once a week isn't leading to fluency, and he's learning multiple languages at once. That's unfortunate. I hope I hope the person manages to bounce back with some great support system and figure out how to convert, like balance the act of hobbies and commitments and whatnot. Like this, I think language learning is my hobby too. However, I don't expect for fluency. And yet you might be thinking like, but I don't also do it once a week. I think commitments are really necessary to balance out the expectations. Like one's expectations require experience. So oftentimes you have a lot, I've entered so many conversations where someone would say, oh yeah, you know, I've had this problem my entire life. And I agree with them. I know they can see this. I know they are aware of what they're saying. They understand the concept that when you have a lifelong problem, it will likely take a very long time and lifelong ways to improve upon it. However, then they go on to explain all the problems as though it can be fixed overnight. So the behavior, the upsetness, the inconsistency, the dissonance between the emotions and the reward is not quite the same as what someone is aware of. Like, they constantly tell me, and I agree with them, they understand that learning a language takes a long time, or fixing a habit, whatever they want to fix. I don't see habits as fixing, but more like changing. And then trying to learn how to time manage, right? Communicate, overcome social anxiety. All these things are persistent in the people that I talk to's lives. And it's not going to change overnight. And they know it because they've experienced and managed and tried to cope with it, all that stuff for so long. I wouldn't ever doubt that they understand how long it's been. The thing is, though, when they go to do something, right, about it, when they plan something to do something about it, it feels like they can only do it for a day and they give up. Like 2 days if I'm lucky, 3 days if I'm lucky. So I'm kind of working on this idea of, well, there's got to be more things available somehow. There's something beyond me, right? Like I can't impart how cheap. I have maybe the opposite problem, honestly. Like, here's a little imbalance from my personal share. I don't find value when I do something only once. Like, when I talk to people, my threshold is very high. Like, you can definitely tell by the way I present ideas. It takes a long time to feel like I've done an adequate job, right? It's a long time relative to someone who expects to understand something really quickly. The depth of my understanding is proportional to how much time I have spent on talking about it and sharing it and practicing it. So when one is entirely of the mindset that, oh yeah, 15 minutes, that's how you summarize the solution to social anxiety, like 30 minutes, that's all you need. You just listen to this person's digression for 30 minutes and you've somehow solved your life's problem. That is, in my opinion, the warped perspective that so many are not necessarily unaware of. I think most people are aware of these. The conceptual understanding that hard problems in your life takes a long time and a large commitment to remediate. Being able to have the ability, the emotional awareness and having the habits, the support system and all those things in order to do that may not be present. And that's tough. And it takes many years, maybe even a lifetime to build those things up. I think one of the first things that kind of really sucks when the first time I ask when they have a problem, when someone has a problem, is, do you have a support system? And the answer is usually no. I mean, I kind of already know the answer to it. It's I ask because I need to hear it from the other person. Because otherwise, I wouldn't be the first person here. Like, if you had a support system, the odds of you, like, the hypothetical person coming to me and asking me what my thoughts are would be very low. So I already know the pre-selections that happen that leads to this. The goal really is to get awareness, but actualizing on the awareness of the person I'm talking to. Like when they say, I don't have a support system, and the next thing they say is, I'm working on it. Here's what I'm going to do. That to me is progress. Otherwise, it's so tough. Like you gotta, you can't make promises. Making promises and involving yourself in someone's life and then manipulating their life, or trying, like, manipulating is what I would use as a word, but pushing them, nudging them in a direction, I think that's really inappropriate and possibly a little negligent. So usually it's, hey, look at what I can do. Is any of this interesting? You know what? Here, I'm gonna do something else soon. How's this? Like, is any of this you find interesting? Right? Being as electric as possible, contagious as possible, engaging as in many life building skills as one can do, in my opinion, is what a stranger can offer in a parasocial way, or possibly even in a conservative, discreet stranger relations. Because ultimately, support system, these are people who are around you, who can be there at least most of the time, where you have enough overlap in your support system where you're not left vulnerable, and also trying to figure out how to ask for help, right? Like, a great support system often involves in a way that when you're in trouble, you don't even necessarily have to ask for help. That's kind of the one thing. And it's really disheartening when that's not even present by the time I get, like, the pleasure to spend some time with, right? Like, he fully breaks when he makes a mistake, calling himself stupid, hitting himself. That's really alarming. I hope he finds some, like, potential outlets for that. Those had all the milestone that mistakes are part of learning. Like, when you're learning something, you're expected to miss things, because otherwise you wouldn't have things to learn in the first place. But that just seems to upset him more, because you think at this point where we just don't know how to help him anymore. Yeah. You even did one on tutoring session with him for French. I see. Made PowerPoints and everything. Dang. You do what you can. He only did 2 sessions and guess that was enough. I think he wants all the benefit of fluency without doing anything. It can be tough. It's got to be like, you're searching the desert, right? In my opinion, you're searching for the person in the desert, like the figurative desert, and you're hoping that they find the oasis that they're looking for, and that oasis leads to a transformative event. Like, that's kind of what you're looking for at this point. Someone who is trapped in their own desert and prison, their metaphorical prison, is looking for a breakthrough, right? And breakthroughs, I can only imagine what it's like for a therapist to have a breakthrough. And I don't think they see it for years. Like, years of constant, consistent obligation and commitments in order to ever see a breakthrough. So I wake up never, like, I don't even entertain the idea of making that such a monumental impact. I think what I can try to do is spin the wheel and see if we hit the jackpot for inspiration, something like that. And I don't, like, for full disclosure, I did try to look up how I could, like, pursue officially this stuff, but it does involve going back to school, getting a second, like getting a second degree, which is a master's or even a PhD in something, then getting like licensing and stuff. But that's not happening. I don't desire to self-aggrandize myself that much. I think this is a really wonderful medium to try a different approach. And one of the approaches is show how commitment feels good, how commitment has so many rewards or benefits and also pitfalls, of which leads to rewards. So that's kind of what we're doing here. As far as I'm so tempted to go into the fast-paced life of editing a 20-minute video into a 5-minute segment, into a 30-second segment to demonstrate that this is commitment, I don't think that gives the accurate impression of what a commitment is. It's great and it works well for people who have a healthy relationship with themselves and people around them. It's so much more difficult when you can't see that stuff and you're looking for that stuff. You're looking for how each day is filled with exhausting actions, but you go back to bed and you wake up and you feel happy and satisfied again, right? Anyways, I'm droning a little bit too long. We got to get to our last segment, our Persona 5, the Phantom X, and watch me talk sourly about a gacha because we have to do a limited poll today. So, again, more than welcome. Follow along, yap around, share some stories, have wishful thoughts, hopeful thoughts to all those to balance their potentially negative thoughts. Right? It's still really a work towards progress when you can continue to stay vigilant for individuals who seem like there's no path to a brighter outlook, right? And it's for balancing purposes. I don't usually bump into people who are super successful to tell me how miserable I really am, so then I can learn to balance out their arrogance and their positivity. That hasn't happened yet, because if they were successful, they wouldn't be here, right? So most of my balancing is often the other direction, where I am the person who I am incredibly grateful. It's Thanksgiving week. I'm eternally grateful to everyone who was more successful than me, who was more educated and had better experience at the time than me, and they were able to help me grow as a person, right? And that's what I'm trying to reciprocate as well, investing forward. So that's kind of the idea. Until next time, 大家下次见, right? 感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for Phantom X. Thank you.